Good morning, everyone, and happy December. This is our last meeting for the 2025 year. Wow, it's crazy. It's been a year already. Let's call the Committee on Appointments to order at 8 a.m. Two simple things on our agenda today. The first being a resolution approving year-end appointments to various boards and commissions.
So moved.
Support.
Moved and supported. Colleagues, comments on these appointments for the year-end? Happy that we're filling up some of these boards, and I know we will have some additional appointments in our first few meetings in January, where we'll really have some robust appointments. And then in addition, the commissioners, we were assigned our standing committees. I don't know if there's a way the public can see those just yet, but is that included on
Packet
In the
tonight.
packet, yeah.
Oh, in the evening meeting in the packet. So for the public, if you'd like to see where your commissioner will serve you this year, that'd be great to check out. All right, so moved and supported. Comments? Oh, Mr. Clerk?
Yeah, Ms. Bosker, can you point out, just so the public knows, for the CIAs, the corridor improvement authorities and the downtown improvement authorities, and those that were moving those deadlines from, just a quick recap on what we're doing with that.
Yep, so for those economic development boards, the Corridor Improvement Authority, Smart Zone, and the Economic Development Corporation and Brownfield Redevelopment Authority, we're moving the term end dates from December 31st, or a couple of them have the first Monday in January, to June 30, or the first Monday in July. So you'll see as you scroll through that they're being reappointed for full terms ending then. So it's a term and then an additional 6 months just to get everybody switched over. And then we'll, in January and February, work on the paperwork of reappointing the rest of the members for their new adjusted terms so everyone can be on the same track.
And that takes about half of our annual appointments and moves them to another point. So instead of a big pinch point at one time of the year, it spreads it out.
Wonderful. Yeah, I think that's a great practice to put in place. Not only less strain on the clerk's office, but also allows for us as commissioners and the commission, the mayor, to have some additional time to think about, cohort appointments at different times. So thank you all very much for your work on that. So all those in favor?
Aye.
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 Those opposed? Motion carries. Brings us to our last item on the agenda, which is a discussion on the current board and commission vacancy list. Ms. Bosker, will you please guide us through that?
So this list is current as of now, so a little bit behind where after all of the appointments and everything. So the first meeting in January, we'll have a larger vacancy list that will show all of the changes after the terms end at the end of the year. So I do want to point out, though, that in January, we do have planned to fill those planning commission seats, and at least a couple of the mobile GR should be moving forward. Will be some additional vacancies just with people choosing not to serve another term that will be added in January, but we're still moving forward and making progress, and we've got things lined up, so hopefully we can not let our vacancy list be too big for too long.
Wonderful. Thank you for your work on that. Additional comments, colleagues, staff? All right, seeing none. Happy holidays and Happy New Year. We'll see you in January. We will adjourn the Committee on Appointments at 8:04 a.m.
Good morning, everybody. It is 8:30. We'll go ahead and get our last fiscal committee meeting of the year underway here. A little bit of a lighter agenda, just 7 items in front of us this morning. Starting with number 1, we've got a resolution approving a $680,000 financing agreement with Fans of Valley Field for Sullivan Field improvements.
So moved.
And supported.
Good morning, Laura Claypool with the Parks Department. It's my favorite meeting of the year because I love Joel's jacket so much.
Agreed.
So what you have in front of you is a resolution between the City of Grand Rapids. It's a financing agreement with Fans of Valley Field. So there was a grant that was given to the Right Place by MEDC, and then they subgranted to Fans of Valley Field. And because we own that space, we need to enter into a financing agreement so that we can operate that project and use those funds towards the investment at Sullivan Field.
Awesome. Thank you. Any questions? No. I'll just add, I'm excited to see this project continue to move forward. I'll give a subtle plug. I know they're just almost crossing the finish line with their fundraising goal on the private side. So you can still buy a brick for the wall or on the ground if you haven't already. So I'll just make that note. So with that, I'll call the question. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
I'm an aye. The motion carries. Item number 2, we have a resolution accepting a $25,000 grant award from the Outdoor Foundation for GR Outside.
So moved.
And supported.
Good morning again. So this resolution is for $25,000 grant from the Outdoor Foundation. It is to continue our work with GR Outside. It started as an original grant in 2018 for Thrive Outside. And during this time, GR Outside has provided year-round recreation opportunities for over 30,000 youth and adults in our system, and just demonstrating how important that outdoor nature-based play is for healthy development of our community.
Yes, that's great. Thank you. Questions, discussion?
Oh, well, of course, I'm very happy to see both items 2 and 3, all of them before us, but getting outside and helping our neighbors feel connected to nature. And, we build up the city, but it's also really important to invest in the natural resources that we have, especially, as you said, year-round.
Yeah.
It's still great to go snowshoeing, get some fresh air, especially during the holidays where we know folks are stressed or worried. So very happy to support these and hope that we can invest even more going forward.
Mm-hmm. Yes, absolutely. All right. Well, in that case, I'll call the question. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
I'm an aye. The motion carries. Item number 3, we've got a resolution approving a $90,000 agreement with Friends of Grand Rapids Parks.
Okay, so this...
Sorry. I'll move.
Support.
Thank you.
Sorry, go ahead.
You're all right.
The City of Grand Rapids is wanting to enter into a renewed agreement with Friends of Grand Rapids Parks. It just puts an exclamation point behind a very strong, long-standing relationship between our department and that organization. The partnership is dedicated to enhancing parks, urban forestry, and natural areas, and so the city will provide $90,000 annually to support all of their volunteer coordination, some tree planting care, and invasive species management. Friends of Grand Rapids Parks will continue to leverage their position as a nonprofit to help fundraise for projects and programs throughout the park system. And this collaboration just continues to underscore the city's sustainability and equity goals. So we're happy to continue this very positive
Anything to
partnership.
add on that one, Commissioner?
Good.
All right. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
I'm an aye. The motion carries. Item number 4, we've got a resolution authorizing a budget substitution in the amount of $50,000 for bond issuance costs related to the Drinking Water State Revolving Fund.
So moved.
I'll support. Good morning. Welcome.
Good morning, Commissioners. To help the water system meet its capital demands every year, they typically apply for state revolving funds to help fund those projects. If awarded, we typically receive a low-interest loan, somewhere around 2 to 3%, typically with some form of principal forgiveness included. Most recently, this past summer, we were awarded up close to $18 million in those funds. Issuing those bonds do come with costs of issuance, legal fees, banking fees, credit rating agency fees. This would allocate funds to help cover those costs of issuance. This will not have any impact on fund balance because this is just reallocating excess dollars from other final capital projects.
Got it. Thank you. Any questions on that one? All right, I don't have any either, so all in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye. The motion carries. That brings us to item number 5. We've got our bid list resolution for December 16th, 2025.
So moved.
And supported. I'll turn to Ms. Claren.
Good morning, Commissioners. We just have 3 items this morning, fairly routine. If there are any questions, myself or the departments are here to answer them. So.
Okay, I don't have any
Thank you.
questions. Yeah, that's on page 11, I believe, in the agenda packet too, in case people want to read through those. So, hearing no other questions, all those in favor say aye.
Aye.
I'm also an aye. The motion will carry. That brings us to item number 6. We've got our comptroller's warrant report for the period of November 18th, 2025 through December 1st, 2025 in the amount of $47,280,078.67 and our monthly travel report. So I'll turn over to our city comptroller. Welcome back.
Good morning, Commissioners. So 2 reports here this morning for our warrant report. Cash payments were released totaling approximately $47.2 million. That amount includes $5.7 million for our employee payroll expense and just over $184,000 for income tax warrants. In terms of quantity, 490 income tax refunds were issued and 1,113 checks and electronic payments were issued. As stated in the memo, these funds were issued for payment not by individuals in the city comptroller's office and not in accordance with the terms of the city charter. Our second report that we have here for you this morning is the October fiscal year-to-date travel report, and that report is showing that we've spent about $850,000 or 37% of a $2.2 million annual budget. And those are both of the reports that I have for you this morning.
Awesome, thanks. We'll go ahead and receive and file those, and then that'll bring us to our last item, which is our treasurer's report for the period of November 19th, 2025 through December 2nd, 2025. And I'll turn to Mr. City Treasurer.
Good morning, Commissioners.
Good morning.
With our report today, some things have happened. We did have another 25 basis point rate decrease. But as we've looked at the different components to that, or the voting members, there's still a lot of uncertainty with their direction. Some want to see more cuts, some don't. Some even are saying we need to pause for a long period of time until the data shows itself. Today, we are going to get the jobs reports for November, so we're going to start seeing more information on jobs and where we are. The expectation is that inflation, or the unemployment rate will go up to 4.5% is the expectation from 4.4, so just a slight increase. And actually, the bigger number today is that, or this week is going to be Thursday when the Consumer Price Index comes out. So we're going to start seeing some of that information that we've been lacking. Again, like they had said, they're not going to go back and publish prior months' reports. They're just moving forward. So this could be a pretty interesting number that comes out, and we'll see what it does in terms of the markets and people's expectations. Really, other than that, we're looking at our portfolio holdings. We're at $716 million, earning 3.4%. Just to point out one item, the capital improvement bonds 2024 for Scribner, that's at $4.3 million, almost $4.4 million. We've now surpassed the 2-year drawdown schedule on that. And so even though the rate says 5.25%, the day after this report published, that rate dropped to 2.75%. So when we go out and bid these, we try to get the best possible rate we can for that drawdown schedule. But if we go beyond that, then it's going to go back to more of a market rate of what the banks are going to offer at that point in time. This is what kind of pushes our departments to say, look, you need to spend this money to your drawdown schedule so that we don't run into any issues like this. I mean, right now, 2.75% is probably what we issued the bonds for. 2.75, 3% is kind of a wash, but it'd be nice to get rid of that money because I know that the project still has bills coming through. So that's our report for this week.
Awesome, thanks. And just to clarify, so Thursday, the inflation data is going to be aggregated for the past several months, or it's just going to be the previous?
They're not going back. It's
Okay,
just the numbers they have for the current period.
Okay. Well, that's good to know. And then I've heard some information about wage growth too. Is there anything you know or can share about that? It seems I've heard wage growth is up, even with inflation kind of sticking higher than expected.
I think the wage growth, it depends. You're going to see pockets of area where it's going to go up.
Yep.
Fortunately for us, we all have our union contracts that have all been settled, so we already know the guide path for us is we're going to see, 4% for the next 2 years, next 2 contract periods. So We're obviously going to see the wage growth continue, but the question is whether or not it's going to keep up with where the inflation is.
Right.
So obviously prices are going to, with tariffs and everything else, prices are still going to go higher. The question becomes, is it going to still match what we currently are getting in our take-home paychecks?
Yep, exactly. So, and I thought I had heard that the wage growth currently at least was outpacing inflation, but again, it's just I don't know, goes.
I think,
Yes,
yeah,
okay.
my financial report reflected that.
Okay.
So we were talking, given my data was from, because I got so
Sure.
delayed, it was like over a month old at that point, but it was kind of an interesting dynamic where we were still seeing, consumer demand out there, things like that, because of, that dynamic, but like John's saying, there's a lot of cross currents going on.
Yep,
So,
for sure.
Yeah.
Yep. Yeah, definitely just goes to show there's some bright spots, some scary spots a little bit, so we'll just continue to wait and watch. But Commissioner, do you have any questions or thoughts? All right. Sounds good. We'll go ahead and receive and file that then, and that will conclude our meeting at 8:41.
morning, everyone. The time is now 9:16. Apologies for my delay. We can go ahead and call our Community Development Committee meeting to order. First is a resolution approving a watershed plan agreement and a project agreement with the Natural Resource Conservation Service and authorizing the city manager to approve documentation needed for Natural Resource Conservation Service funding for the Grand River revitalization. Do you have a motion?
So moved. Support?
Moved and supported? Is this one you, Mr. McCall?
Yes, it is.
Thank you.
Good morning, Commissioners. Back in 2023, the city, in partnership with Grand Rapids Whitewater, started pursuing funding administered by the National Resource Conservation Service, otherwise known as NRCS, for the lower reach of their river project. This work followed expiration of the Regional Conservation Partnership Program provided through NRCS, which expired back in 2023. In order to obligate NRCS funding, they require us to execute this watershed plan agreement and a project agreement. These agreements outline that the city will install, operate, and maintain this in accordance with WPP-EA and applicable regulations. It also provides for the funding that could be awarded under this plan. We don't know what that amount will be at this time, but we hope to be able to execute the documents as soon as possible once we have approval for this. The project was also advertised for bid last week with a bid opening on January 13th. So.
Great, thank you for those updates, Mr. McCall. Colleagues, questions on this item? Hearing none, all those in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries. Next is a resolution authorizing a lease agreement with Fashion Has Heart for use of the Veterans Memorial Park building.
So moved. Support?
Moved and supported. Ms. Claypool?
Good morning. Laura Claypool with the Parks Department. We're seeking approval of a resolution authorizing a lease agreement with Fashion Has Heart. They're a Grand Rapids-based nonprofit that has become a valued partner in activating the Veterans Park. Has Heart has transformed the park building into a welcoming and inclusive space that honors both veterans and the community. Under this 3-year agreement, the organization will contribute 15% of net operating income, and the city will be responsible for some general utilities. This partnership reflects the city's commitment to creative placemaking and highlights the impact of mission-driven organizations helping to activate activate our public spaces.
Thank you for this description. Questions regarding this item? Ms. Claypool, could you share, how many, is this the second term that this is?
So our first lease agreement was 2 years ago.
Okay, so this is second. Okay,
We
great.
just clarified some things and cleaned up some language, so.
Great, thank you. I think this is a part of that neighborhood looking for a little bit more activation. I know certainly during Art Prize, a little bit more, but hopefully continue to be a good use. So questions on this one, colleagues? Hearing none, all those in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Item carries. Thank you. And you'll stay up for this one, too. Item number 3 is a resolution authorizing a lease agreement with Northeastern Little League of Grand Rapids for the use of Huff Park.
So moved.
Support.
So-
Moved and supported.
So items 2 and 3 are very similar. So we're requesting approval of a resolution authorizing a 3-year agreement with Northeastern Little League for use of fields at Huff Park. This agreement extends a decades-long partnership that has provided thousands of youth with opportunity and access to inclusive baseball programming. Northern Little League will maintain the fields, cover the utility costs, and contribute to the vibrancy of the park through ongoing investment and volunteer support.
Great. Thank you. Questions on this one, colleagues? I'll just add, I know this past year, I remember having a CFR, thank you. I remember having a CFR that was about Huff Park, and it was a lot of different things. It was about parking, it was about some of the pavement, it was about just different facilities, and there were, you and a number of people were involved on that CFR. I think there was like 5 people on that CFR, and I just want to say thank you to you and those that were involved with that. This is, a lot of people swarm here for these days and a lot of traffic and a lot of options. So just wanted to highlight that. All those in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Item carries. And item number 4 is a resolution authorizing a lease agreement with Southern Little League for the use of the McKay Jaycees Park. Do you have a motion?
So moved. Support?
So very similar to the last one, this resolution would authorize a 3-year lease agreement with Southern Little League for continued use and stewardship at McKay J.C. Park. Similar to the other agreement, this agreement extends a very long-standing partnership that has introduced generations of youth to the game of baseball in a safe, inclusive, and programmed environment. Southern Little League will maintain the fields and facilities, cover utility costs, and operate concessions during league events, helping to activate and care for this very well-loved park.
Thank you. Questions, colleagues?
I have a question.
Yes, Commissioner.
Good morning. Good morning.
It's more universal question for these last two items. It was mentioned that the Little Leagues would cover the maintenance, the utility costs. So I'm just curious about kind of the thinking of passing on the cost in light of having a millage and where we upkeep all these spaces. So I'm just curious, just kind of the approach of the department, maybe historically or now, of how you all kind of determine that. And I'm also thinking about MLK Lodge and activating that and the cost of rent of that space. So I'm kind of more broadly a little bit, but connected here of our philosophy and our approach to kind of charging the public for use in light of all the public resources we have going to our public park spaces.
Sure. So both of these organizations have made significant investments in those park spaces to be able to create the programming that they have. And when I say decades-long relationship, the one at McKay J.C. I think is 50-plus years old. So it is a decade-long relationship where we have worked side by side with them. And during certain periods in the city's growth, we've had park spaces that have really struggled, and we've leaned heavily on our partners to continue to activate those spaces, especially when resources were especially tight for the Parks Department.
Okay. Thank you for that. I'd be interested more broadly in kind of exploring that. I think we've been talking a little bit about in light of the MLK Lodge, especially as I mentioned, and all these spaces, but obviously very in support of this, but I'm just trying to get to our philosophy on how we make these decisions.
Yeah, I think we could definitely, as we go through the budgetary process, we could share some of the different kind of levels of arrangements, what that looks like, as you said. I know there were 2008, 2009 were really lean years for the city, so I know just from my predecessor, some of those investments that happened, but I'm sure we could take a look at that when we get to that point.
Absolutely.
So thank you, Commissioner, for that.
Thank you.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Item carries. Thank you.
Thank you.
Next is a resolution awarding a contract with Hearst, Inc., doing business as Hearst Mechanical for HVAC and hot water boiler replacement at the Police Administration Building in the amount of $783,495, with a total amount not to exceed $1,183,850.
So moved.
Support.
Mr. McCall?
Yes, this project includes demolition of 2 existing heating boilers, 2 domestic water heating boilers, and 2 heat pump boilers. These are all gas-fired. The new ones will be powered by steam, and there'll be a steam-to-water heat exchanger. And this is there was a study done kind of comparing gas versus steam, and the study concluded that this was the most it's best for the overall carbon footprint and also long-term maintenance for the city. And it does fall in line with the city's sustainability plan. The low bidder, Hearst Mechanical, we only received 1 bid. The bid was about 21% under the engineer's estimate. They're not using any MLBEs, but they are subcontracting approximately $100,000 worth of work. It is kind of specialized work with HVAC. It's where they're self-performing the majority of the work. So.
Thank you for that overview. Questions, colleagues, on this item?
I do, Chair. I am curious if this then is part of the STEAM district or a way to connect our building to the existing infrastructure. Or if we have considered that through vicinity and the STEAM district.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure it will be connected to vicinity. I mean, if it's powered by steam, so I can check into that, but I'm pretty certain. I mean,
Okay, thank you.
They wouldn't be producing their own steam, so.
Question.
Yes.
Thank you, Chair. What's the expected life of this investment, of the demolition of the heating boilers, heat pumps, the new installation of the steam piping? Just curious how long we expect something like this to last.
I think typically mechanicals are in the 20 to 25-year lifespan.
Okay, great, thank you.
Thank you for that. Hearing no other questions, all those in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Item carries. Item number 6 is a resolution approving an amendment to grant agreement with the state of Michigan for the construction of fire department facilities. Do you have a motion?
Some support?
Moved and supported, Mr. McCall?
Yes, Commissioners, this request is to amend an existing agreement that was approved back in May of 2004. The grant provided for a $35 million grant to construct 3 different fire department facilities, $8 million for the Kendall Fire Station, $12 million for the Division Avenue Fire Station, and $15 million to construct the fire training campus at 850 Panel. It's become necessary to amend the grant agreement to combine these into one grant budget. Currently, they're 3 separate budgets. The Kendall Fire Station came in under budget, so we're hoping to use leftover funds there on the other 2 projects. And then also, this will allow a general administration line to be added to the grant budget to allow for costs associated with engineering to manage the project.
Great.
This will not be any increase or decrease to the previously approved grant.
Okay, great. Thank you. I see the chief shaking his head in the back.
Proud of that line.
Noted
yeah.
for the record. All right, thank you for this update. It's, kind of great to see these projects, especially at a time where some state money is being clawed back and things like that. So any other questions, colleagues? Hearing none, all those in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Item carries. Our last item today is a resolution approving an increase of $10,530 for the Roto Mill resurfacing of Cherry Street from Sheldon Avenue to LaGrave Avenue and from Prospect Avenue to 100 feet west of Madison Avenue for a total not to exceed $672,500. Do you have a motion?
So moved.
Support.
Yes, during construction, this called for a manhole replacement in Cherry Street with a precast manhole. Existing utilities did not allow the precast manhole to be placed. There had to be quite a bit of utility relocation and a cast-in-place structure to be placed. This resulted in some additional cost to the project. Ultimately, the bids were a little bit lower than what was approved back in February, but the way the splits went between the different project funds, the street lighting share increased where the sewer fund and street lighting or Vital Street shares decreased a little bit. So we do have final costs from the contractors now, thus the request to increase the overall not to exceed.
Great. Thank you, Jeff. Questions, colleagues, on this one? Hearing none, all those in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Item carries. And with that, at 9:29, it's our last community development meeting of 2025, so don't be sad. I think we'll be back here. I don't know if it's all of us again. I have to remember on the appointments. So the mayor did submit the appointments for our standing committees, but thank you, everybody, for your time. And again, my apologies for my tardiness, and we'll see you at 10 o'clock. Thanks.
Mayor.
We don't excuse absence from committee, correct? All right, then, moving right along on our agenda, our first item is a resolution. Mr. Clerk?
Resolution approving the financial year 2026-2030 Consolidated Housing and Community Development HCD Plan.
So
And-
moved.
Support?
And Ms. Bohach?
Good morning. I was just chatting with staff that I figured out that this is my 7th 5-year plan. And so could be my last, right?
So you can go run Russia
If
now.
you're lucky. But today, yes, we're asking you to adopt our 5-year plan. So the Consolidated Housing and Community Development Plan is required by the U.S. Department of Housing and Urban Development for our federal resources that include the Community Development Block Grant, the Home Investment Partnerships, and the Emergency Solutions Grants programs. This plan would cover July 1 of 2026 through June 30th of 2031. We also, though, use this tool not only for those federal funds. Grand Rapids uses their program a little bit differently, and we incorporate our other resources that the Community Development Department administers for within this plan as well. So that would include the Burn Memorial Justice Assistance Grant, opioid settlement funds, and then other resources that we might bring in that competitively, as well as when requested, the Affordable Housing Fund Board resources as well. So again, this plan identifies community needs and strategies to address housing and community development issues. And then what we do is, it's a big document with lots of data and lots of information about the community. It's over 160 pages in length. And then we like to take that and roll that up into our framework called the Neighborhood Investment Plan that allows us to guide those investments in terms of how we solicit for projects over that 5-year period. And so that's where we get those 8 outcomes in that annual process. So this allows us to move forward through your adoption with those 8 outcome areas in particular, and start our funding process in the first week of January. Do you have it? And we, of course, held all the appropriate public input, public hearings, and public comment periods as well.
Yes, and this is, as is the case with many of these resolutions, this is about our 4th look at this product, but this is the point at which we're actually deciding. So any questions or comments, Commissioners? Commissioner Kilgore?
Yeah, I just want to thank Ms. Bohach and her team for the work on this. It's been very nice to see. Within community, I want to highlight that at one of our public hearings group that I'm happy to work closely with this year, the Fair Housing Center of West Michigan, was very pleased with this plan. And as folks who work with our frontline communities in terms of housing, I'm very comfortable with moving forward as they are given 2 thumbs up to this plan.
Commissioner Belcheck?
Yeah, I just want to say thanks to, there was quite a bit of feedback that was provided, and it was really great to see the community engaging in that. I do think that there are continued concerns about how do we address the lower end of the spectrum in terms of housing for those who might be at 30% or 40% AMI, which again depends on your family size and all that. But the community generally seemed very impressed by the work, and this is a guiding document, so I look forward to those who want to take pieces of it and implement it, look at our area-specific plans, look at all the other things and how they can come together. And I particularly want to just say that this is a unique opportunity to, in the next month, right, to get some funding potentially, or apply for some funding to make some change, some housing and emergency needs met, right?
Correct.
So I too am in favor.
Any other discussion? Okay, all in favor say aye.
Aye.
All opposed? Motion carries. Brings us to, thank you, Ms. Bohach. That brings us to our next resolution, which is on 127 Ottawa, one more time. Can I have a motion?
So moved.
Support.
And Ms. Renaro.
Good morning. Yes, this is 125 Ottawa, so CWD, converting that space downtown, floors 2 through 4 for 36 apartments. This is the second to last step before you, so you'll see this one more time in January for the exemption, but this is the final step for the zone, so the district of the building itself for the for the abatement.
Great. Any discussions, colleagues? Seeing none. I did get a motion, right? Yep. All in favor of the resolution, say aye.
Aye.
Aye. All opposed? Motion carries. Thank you. And that brings us to your next item, which is Brownfield Plan Authority for Seeds of Promise redevelopment. Again, something we got briefed on. These are the individual.
Yes,
these are-
14 different houses that will be developed.
Support.
Thank you, thank you. This is the last step. You won't see this anymore. We're going to send this to the Michigan State Housing Development Authority next to consider the work plan.
Great. Any questions, comments? Seeing none, all in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye. All opposed? Motion carries. Thank you. Thanks, Mr. Monero. This brings us to our resolution authorizing publication and setting date to consider amendments to the noise ordinance. And Mr. Strom is probably going to take discussion here, but yeah, a motion and support?
Support.
Okay, Mr. Strom, you don't need to leave the dais, but.
Okay, thank you. This, in the memo, I've laid out kind of the history that this item has had before this committee and some of the feedback that we had. As a reminder, this was kind of a community-led initiative. You've all provided great feedback to get us to where we're at today, which is authorization to publish this. That will open up some additional public engagement, and you'll see this item come back in January for deliberation on final adoption and when it should be effective. Right now, this is to be published to amend our noise ordinance and prohibit amplified sound within 100 feet of a healthcare hospital or clinic. Those two terms are defined in our zoning code, and we would use those definitions to define hospital and clinic. And that's where we're at.
Great. Any future discussion? We've had a fair amount of robust discussion of this. This is to authorize publication. Yes, Commissioner.
Thank you, Mayor, and thank you, Mr. Strom, for this. Yes, and I also want to just say thank you for following up, Mr. Strom, with those that, different, it's not one individual group, but different people who had approached this issue and communicating with the city. And I know that there was a question that you had, in particular, Commissioner Perdue, about individual patients and what is that perspective. And I know that one of the individuals who's a business owner who's close to the facility has been in communication with that facility and does plan to, I think, attend tonight to share some of that in public comment related to agenda items. So I just wanted to share that as well. Thanks.
Any other discussion? All in favor of publication, say did I get a motion? I'm sorry, I must have. Yes, okay. All in favor of the resolution, say aye.
Aye.
All opposed? Motion carries. And that brings us to the second half. Can you want to differentiate this for us?
Yes.
Attorney, first we need a motion though.
So moved.
Support.
Go ahead.
Okay, this is to carry forward the recommendation that there not be a criminal misdemeanor possibility for this, even in aggravating circumstances where there's multiple offenses within a certain time frame. So if you look at the chart, which is page 27 of the Committee of the Whole packet, you'll see what looks like an Excel spreadsheet. The reference to 151.9.63, which is the second row down in that chart, removes the parentheses note 1 or note 2 reference. Those notes at the bottom of that chart provide a option for a misdemeanor if there are multiple offenses within a prior 6-month period. We've removed the reference to that note in the civil infraction side of this, which will not make this a misdemeanor.
Great.
Under any circumstance.
Great, thanks. So this is also for publication of this, so parallel track, but one issue. Any other discussion? Colleagues, seeing none, all in favor say aye.
Aye.
All opposed, motion carries. Thank you. And that brings us to our next resolution regarding water and sewer rates. Can I have a motion?
So moved.
Support?
And Mr. Verbrugge, is it?
Yes. Good morning, Commissioners. The first item for you today is specifically regarding the proposed water and sewer rates for the city of Grand Rapids and just the city of Grand Rapids. These were first presented to the Commission back in November 13th. They are the exact same. The preliminary rates have stayed the same. No changes have been made since then. So for the city of Grand Rapids, approval of these rate adjustments would result in a 6.8% increase to water rates and a decrease to sewer rates of 2.67%. We did have 20 days of public comment after that initial presentation. We didn't receive any direct emails, phone calls, or letters, but through our public tabling at the main branch of the library, as well as Commission Night Out, we did speak with 26 individuals. Most of them just wanted more information about why their rates were changing and how much and what their bills would look like. A handful expressed concern about rising costs and affordability, and then a handful did express support for these rates out of a desire to see continued investment in clean and safe drinking water.
Mayor, I'm going to ask Mr. Verbrugge to remind us of the holistic impact based on usage when you take the combined increase and decrease.
Yes, if you are living in the city of Grand Rapids and you have both water and sewer, which are most of our residents, your quarterly bill is increasing, if I'm remembering correctly, by a little bit under $5. Oh,
Right.
percentage-wise, it's about 2%.
Right, which
Thank
is sub-inflationary, I think. So, thanks. Any discussion, colleagues? I will just flag that I think that there's a longer conversation to be had here about late fees and where that money goes. That's not properly part of this discussion, but I do want to keep it on the forefront of everyone's minds because there's about $1 million in late fees that get pulled out of this system, and I personally would like to see that money allocated to folks in need rather than the current way that we sent it out, which is to do a little bit of leveling of rates across the system. And I'm more concerned about people who are getting their water shut off than I am about leveling rates. But that's a longer conversation, and so I'm just throwing that in gratuitously. Seeing no further discussion, I'll ask for a vote. All in favor of these rates, say aye.
Aye.
Aye. All opposed? Carries. Thank you, Mr. Verbrugge. And that brings us to, I'm sorry, we had two items for you, and they look like the same, like they often do. Can I have a motion for the second resolution on water and sewer rates?
So moved.
And you can differentiate this for us, perhaps?
Yes, so this resolution is specifically regarding the proposed water and sewer rates for all of the other communities served by our systems outside of the city of Grand Rapids. Again, these are the exact same as they were presented back in November. No changes since then. None of the communities have asked to change the way that their rates are calculated or make contributions to buy them down. Every community has their own distinct rates, so it's too long to go into each of those, but if you look at the systems as a whole, the water system on average is going up 6.38%, and the sewer system is seeing a total decrease of 3.09%. Communities, per our contract with them, have 30 days to share their feedback, ask questions. A couple of them took us up on this. So in the past month, I've gone out to Caledonia Township and Cascade Township and presented individualized rate breakdowns for their specific communities. And at this point, I do think we have adequately addressed any questions or comments that they had. And then lastly, I'll note the Utility Advisory Board, which most of our partner communities have a seat on, did vote in November to recommend these rate changes to this body.
Okay. Any discussion, colleagues? So I have a question for you then. This broader group, that's the group that specifically, at least one of them, got their increase softened by application of late fee dollars to their part of the system, correct?
Yes, this year, yes.
And who was the beneficiary of that and how much money?
It was mostly Caledonia and Cascade.
Okay. So basically, I just want to point out, I am not going to abstain here, and I'm not going to vote no, because I want to keep continuity in our systems. But I am not going to be inclined to vote yes on this next year. if we keep that mechanism in place. So I'm not doing it this year because I don't think we had adequate discussion of how to make our water system more equitable, but I think that there's a real need here. And so I hope we can have that discussion as next year's rates, as that conversation is going forward. And frankly, if this body can do some discovery of that, and maybe with the city attorney's help, and see what our we may be constrained in ways that I don't understand, and that's why we have a city attorney. But otherwise, I want to explore the possibility that we can more equitably apply those late fees. Because after all, my intuition is that late fees predominantly come from people who are under financial strain, and to take their late fees and use them to affect rates for people in Caledonia and Cascade doesn't fill me with joy. I would rather have people pay for the services they're getting, and if Caledonia and Cascade's rates went up for reasons that are applied to the system, they don't have anything to do with the imposition of late fees on system-wide customers. So there's my long framing, but I just want to lay that out there. I'm going to vote for this year, but I do not intend to vote for this next year without some robust conversation and some real inquiry into the application of those fees. Yes, Commissioner.
Thank you, Mayor. I just wanted to state, I think we had that discussion at our mid-year review about what are some ways that we can look at different mechanisms, and Commissioner Belcheck shared from our Kent County Community Action that the water system, which spoke really highly of our water department, and Ms. Giffel about just the interactions in terms of utilizing state dollars to help with water bill fees, but also a recognition that some of that might change at the state level, and so they wanted us to, certainly we'll have our conversations, but I think that's a conversation for us, but to know that we're not sure where that safety net of supporting water bills will be at the state level in the future. So I'll just add that to the mix. I think, there are a lot of unknowns. And so while they have been applying those grant dollars first and foremost, which is smart, we have to probably project and understand what that will be at the state level. And so I think just proceeding with caution to make sure those previous safety nets will still exist. So thank you.
Yep.
And sorry, I just wanted to, real quick, I misspoke.
Absolutely.
It is Cascade Township and Grand Rapids Township, not Caledonia.
Okay. Thanks for, and I withdraw my statements about Caledonia then. I've got a motion. Any further discussion? Otherwise, all in favor say aye.
Aye.
All opposed? Motion carries. Thank you, Mr. Verparty. And that brings us to our last resolution of the morning, and that is resolution updating the MOU between DGRI, Ferris, and the city regarding Art Prize. And I'd like a motion.
Support.
Well,
I think Mr. Matthews is going to introduce this, Mayor.
and I believe we have a slideshow. Pictures.
Yeah, we do have Catlin Whittington here to give a rundown of Art Prize 2025. This item is in regards to the agreement that we have with Ferris State University and DGRI to serve as the guiding organizations for Art Prize. This was created back 3 years ago when we stepped in to develop a new model for Art Prize as a program. And this is not to exceed 3 years as they work through their strategic planning process to ensure that they've got the backstop and the guidance that they need over the next 3 years. And with that, well, first, do you have any questions? Do you want to take questions now about the agreement? Okay. Well, I'm going to introduce Catlin Whittington then to give a rundown on this past year's event.
Good morning, Commissioners. City Manager, members of staff, it's great to see you. I'm Catlin Whittington, Executive Director of Art Prize. It's a pleasure to be here today. So I wanted to give a brief recap of not just this year's event, but the successes of these last 3 years. And I will keep it brief and high level, but this overall was a very successful year, and I really want to underscore what I have seen that this event can mean for this community if done with intention and directly, and with the support of the community at large. So this year we had just under 1 million visitors, 967,000 visitors as quantified by our partners over at GVSU. These are visitors that are either primary visitors to ArtPrize or secondary visitors to ArtPrize. We saw an increase in user engagement with the arts through our voting platforms. The participants that really make ArtPrize what it is, 155 venues activated throughout the city, hosting 1,100 artists that came from 18 countries in 42 states, I believe. So this is a representation of where those visitors come from. It is very apparent that the Great Lakes region continues to be a primary driver of attendance, but we see all the major metro areas, or most of the major metro areas around the country, do have visitors that are coming out to be a part of this. This really shows the value that this brings from a tourism and visitor perspective, but also the collaborative approach to culture and what we are creating here with ArtPrize through the support of our partners. So what does that mean? $82.6 million into the regional into the regional economy. This includes over $7.1 million in city, county, and state fiscal impact, and the creation of 629 jobs. You'll see a few quotes, not just from one of our state representatives, but also one of your peers from Medford, Massachusetts, here in this presentation, who came to visit ArtPrize and was really impressed. This number here really underscores the impact and the return on the investment that the community sees through this good work. Through our partnership with the city, DGRI, Ferris State University, but also Mobile GR, Kent County, the Convention Arena Authority, and other partners all come together really to underscore what we are doing here and provide some of the support that allows this to continue to occur under this new public-private partnership model that we have seen. Over these last 3 years of this model, so 2022 was the last year of the previous organization, 2023 is the first year of this model. You will see continuous growth, and we have seen a 138% increase from 25 compared to 2022 in the economic impact that takes place during ArtPrize. This is a significant growth, and it's one that I am really proud to say that we collectively have brought $208 million into the local economy and created so many jobs across all different sectors, in the creative sector specifically. ArtPrize EDU is our education program, and this really underscores the community impact and the social impact that our efforts have. We hosted, we distributed 11.2 thousand magazines that are used as curriculum in schools year-round to teach art concepts and theory, using ArtPrize artists and their work as exemplars. This were distributed to all of the students that came through field trips, as well as to GRPS and other public school districts through partnerships and agreements that we have. We hosted 3,000 students on our field trip programs. We hosted 16 workshops. These are everything from K-12, make and take, all the way to artist continuing professional development programs. This really creates more activity during ArtPrize, but also helps to underscore the education program broadly. We provided bus grants to help those schools bridge the gap that might need a little bit of assistance in participating. I will say that on top of that, we also have a paid internship program. We do portfolio reviews. By and large, we really think that our education program is a well-rounded and complete system that we have created over the last 3 years. Our signature events, it was lovely to see many of you out during our signature events. Opening celebration, halftime show, and our closing awards all saw a significant increase in attendees, and they were a lot of fun. And this is the fun part about ArtPrize, right? Social media, you see continuous growth in our marketing presence. All this really just underscores the significant value that ArtPrize brings beyond just the economic in representing Grand Rapids in a public light across the world and across the globe through our presence and our marketing and media. I just want to highlight a 70.4% open rate on our newsletters, which is very high, and it really shows that people are interested in what we have to say, and we have to be very intentional about how we cultivate that message and continue to share the news, not just about what ArtPrize can be, what our rate of community can be, and also how awesome the city is. I can't leave without thanking all of the city departments that help make this possible. It is very important that as part of this partnership, the logistical support, the community support, and the public support that our partners at the city provide in creating this huge citywide event and being able to be good hosts for almost 1 million people. So, ArtPrize 2026, it's coming up, it's around the corner. I can't wait to see you all out, and thank you all for your support these last 3 years and moving forward. Any questions?
Commissioner Kilgore.
Thanks so much. Really happy to see this year's ArtPrize. Really enjoyed the Visibility Award, specifically for our frontline communities, disabled artists, BIPOC artists. That was really impactful. But as we know, the Third Ward is our most diverse part of this city. I know that this year we sadly weren't able to have more than one venue that was located in the heart of the city at Link Up, which was beautiful. I'd like you to speak directly to your plan going forward with 2026 on how we are going to have more venues in the south part of town. Hundreds of jobs, hundreds of thousands of visitors, indirect or directly. It's such great resources and investment in our community, and I want to continue to support it, but I really need to see it for the constituents that I represent. So can you speak to that?
Yes, I mean, I believe that how ArtPrize works is through intentional relationships with community partners. And I'm going to continue to reach out and continue to engage with community partners in the Third Ward to figure out how we can best find presence that is meaningful and impactful, but is also not disruptive to activity that might be taking place there, but that is created with the intention of bringing value that reflects the community's needs and maybe not what reflects the needs of a downtown community or other business districts. And I think that that is a very important part of the fact-finding and kind of the feasibility of trying to make something work, is you have to have a core density of businesses, but also make sure that they can participate in the way that works for them. And so I've continued to put forward ideas on how we can do destination driving events and destination driving activations that might not necessarily put the tax of being open for 16, 17 days straight for 10 hours a day, which can be taxing for small businesses. And also it creates a way to drive attention and participation to very specific business districts within the Third Ward, while not over-impacting the single-family communities and the working communities that are down there in a residential neighborhood.
Sure, yeah.
So,
I do recall that from last year. So is there, earlier this year, when we saw you, is there a specific, as of now, I also recall you saying you were working with Southtown, a Corridor Improvement Authority. Is there a plan in motion, with everything that you just said, is there a plan in motion as of now to implement what you just stated?
I sure hope so, and I'm going to continue to have those conversations. It's December, and the plan right now is to continue the MOU and get past this so that we know that we have a working body and a working governance body. Sure. But I do intend to continue those conversations. I have had some conversations with GRCCT and some other community members that are trying to bring together a working body down there that is a cultural body, and the hope is that that group can help guide what this might look like moving into 2026.
Mayor,
City Manager?
Yeah, let me follow. Thank you, Commissioner Kilgore, and maybe Commissioner Perdue also has some insight. But yes, there was an intentional planning effort with Southtown that unfortunately didn't materialize this year. So I hope those plans can be resumed, but ArtPrize cannot do that by themselves. It has to be a partnership. So we hope the CIA would be willing to resume that effort and hopefully have that materialize in 2026.
Thank you so much for your answers. Thank you.
Thank you.
And I can just confirm that that is the plan, and we've been in conversation the last few months about what that can look like. We have some changes in board members over the next 2 months as folks come off and come on, and the hiring of a new corridor manager. So that's certainly part of our work plan for next year. So I appreciate you kind of keeping this conversation front and center.
Great.
Mayor, can I ask a follow-up
absolutely.
question? Good morning. Thank you for sharing a little bit more about the recap for 2025 and a little bit of a preview for 2026. So what's before us is the memorandum of understanding. And I'm just curious if you might speak to kind of what's been working well within this partnership, and if there's anything you need differently from the city to allow you to do some of the kind of big work and visioning that we've been talking about.
So right now, we're going through a strategic planning process, which we hope to wrap up in June or July. And part of that is thinking about what it means to be a public-private partnership and kind of where the private intersection is in that, because obviously you see in the economic development that this is very impactful for the private sector. But it's also very important for the public sector, not just from a cultural and social standpoint, but also from the standpoint of having a rich and thriving not just economy, but community, an active community. And I think that during ArtPrize, it really reflects what this community can look like when it is very vibrant and active, and you have a rich pedestrian activity downtown, et cetera, and throughout the districts. I would say what is working well is we have a strong community partnership with the city in terms of not just the fiscal underwriting, but also the support and the technical support, which is incredibly necessary in order to produce something of this scale. I would say another thing that is working well is the ability to bring other government and quasi-governmental partners to bear with this, so that this is a group effort. As I mentioned earlier, Kent County, DGRI, the Convention Arena Authority, Experience, Grand Rapids, all strong partners, and especially if you look at the destination marketing approach, and that's through our partnership with Experience Grand Rapids, that is a huge help, and it is a huge driver of our national and even international reach. And I would say that really that being able to come with intention of what the next 5-6 years look like and where we want to go, and that's what we're working through in the strategic planning process, and then back in and saying, this doesn't work as a standalone entity, and it has to be a community partnership in my mind, and I see that. But what does that look like in terms of investment, and how do we continue to drive towards impact? What has worked? Obviously, the numbers speak for themselves, and I believe, and I have heard anecdotally, that ArtPrize is something that people in the community look forward to. As one of my favorite volunteers says, it's better than Christmas. So,
Thank you.
So thanks for this.
Saying a lot.
I mean, you're right, the numbers do speak for themselves, and I also appreciate how you're framing it. Maybe not the slides as much as your language, which is to say, we see study after study after study which tries to solve a math problem of show us that our money makes money. And there's nothing wrong with economic analysis, but at the end of the day, the thing that I always point out to people about art is that art is not something we do so we can make money. Art is our reward for being civilized. It's the thing we get from coming together and doing economic activity so that we can afford a community that has, if we're all subsistence farmers, we wouldn't have poets, we wouldn't have visual artists, we wouldn't have novelists. We'd all be scrabbling to, make sure that we had enough wheat to make it through the winter. And civilization allows art. So this is something that I think fundamentally you can't ever and shouldn't ever think about primarily in economic terms. But I know you get that and you said it. And the presentation had the economic numbers, but from my perspective, that's not really why we do art at all. It's nice to be able to backfill and point out the economic benefits of something like this, but I think that's all secondary. The primary reason is to celebrate our humanness. I mean, the question Art answers is, what are we doing on this planet as human beings? And that's a question you get to ask if you're civilized and not if you're not. The other thing that I think is worth pointing out again and again and again, which you touched on briefly, is if we take a 20,000-foot view and ask ourselves, like, who's heard of Grand Rapids and why? What makes us unique? I mean, nobody is traveling here from Albuquerque because we have a library. They have a library in Albuquerque. Nobody's probably traveling here because we have many of the things that we all love and consume on a daily basis. But when you think about what makes New York City unique, well, they get the Statue of Liberty. Nobody else has one of those. When I think about Grand Rapids and the things that make our city unique, for me, the two things that jump out are always, there's two. One is Meyer Garden, because I don't know any other Meyer Garden in the world. But Art Prize is the other one. So I think it's absolutely foundational to answering the question of what is Grand Rapids? How is it different than any other place? Not that our libraries aren't important, not that our parks aren't important, not that all of that stuff's not important. It is. That's the bread and butter of our community. But the uniqueness, that answer to why are we here, what kind of community are we, Art Prize is an answer to that question. So thank you for putting your blood, sweat, and tears into it. It is awesome to see these numbers, but I will also say, those of us in the dais know this, many of us in the community know, this started out as a non-city initiative, and it transitioned into something that needed city help. And I think that it's really clear, to me at least, and I think to all of us, that this is something that the city should appropriately support, invest in, make sure it continues to thrive. So thanks. Commissioner Usasi.
Thank you. I just want to share a couple things. Yes, thanks for that update about the third ward. I heard that kind of in detail about as the project was going on from a past colleague about some things that wanted to happen but didn't happen. So I know there was a lot of effort put into that. So thank you for that. I want to say too, what we don't see on here is all of the residual engagement that happens in neighborhoods. So I was trying to go back on social media to see, like in the Creston neighborhood or Easttown or other communities where, they may come to one of the signature events, but people were also hosting things in their own neighborhoods and doing their own pop-ups. And we have a lot of businesses who already, feature different art throughout time. I was just at Palate the other day, and they have art, and they've had art in there for a really long time. I remember going in there when it was the first Art Prize. So I wanted to highlight that as well, that we're seeing this, and to your point, Mayor, it's, there is an economic, but it doesn't have to be the economic, but there is a lot of activation that's happening, as you mentioned, that just is free form. It's other people supporting one another. I was also happy to see a number of local individuals who, were part of the competition as well, and just some of those, variation and pieces and things like that. And so, yeah, I just wanted to say I was able to go to a number of things. I didn't get to one of the places you told me to go, and so I'm still disappointed about that. I think it was one of the, it doesn't matter, but I didn't get to it, and but there was so much to do. And I think that, yes, this is something that has been exciting. I think a recognition of how structure needs to change is really positive because we're living in that environment where funding is getting prioritized in other ways. So, what does this look like? But just thanks for the efforts, and thanks for the efforts in our different, corridors outside of downtown. So thanks.
Thank you so much. Mm-hmm. Thank you all. Any other questions? Thanks. Thank you all very much.
Thanks. So great discussion. Let's take some action. So all those in favor of the resolution on the MOU, say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed, motion carries. Thank you. That brings us to a request for moving us into closed session following our next two briefings. And that the reason for that is to discuss a legal opinion from our city attorney. I'd take a motion.
So moved.
Support.
Okay, and city clerk, I think I know we need a roll call vote for this.
Commissioner Kilgore?
Yes.
Commissioner Robbins?
Yes.
Commissioner Sassi?
Yes.
Commissioner Purdue?
Yes.
Commissioner Belcheck?
Yes.
Mayor LaGrand.
Yes, and we'll be meeting in room 601, colleagues, and that'll be after our next two briefings. So that brings us to our next two briefings. First is briefing on Parks and Rec. Ms. Claypool.
All right, so good morning, Commissioners, Mayor. Laura Claypool with the Parks Department. We are here today to bring you our 2025 annual update as part of our millage investment that the community overwhelmingly approved back in 2019. We come to you annually just to discuss some of the really great successes that we're seeing as a result of these investments. These have given us the opportunity to really transform spaces and provide recreation programs beyond what we would have been able to do prior to that investment. So this first slide just demonstrates our primary funding sources. On the left, you'll see our millage revenue allocation. That is the property tax evergreen from 2019. And on the right is our park maintenance of effort. That is the investment that the department receives from the general operating fund, and it is calculated given coming out of our millage investment guidelines. So I just want to take a quick second to talk about 2025 impact. Capital projects and pool operations we'll talk about in a couple other slides, but all of our recreation programs across the board, we continue to see significant growth, both in our fee-based and in our free programming, which just shows the need and the desire for the community to have those really safe, accessible programs in their neighborhoods, which just is really an incredible opportunity for the community. Something I want to talk on with regards to park maintenance. So prior to the 2019 millage being passed, we had about 30% of our parks across the system that were rated A and B, and we had been striving for 75% across. This year was the first time we hit 80% of our parks across the system that are at an A and B, and that is the result of continued investment from the city, continued investment from the community, and an incredibly generous community of philanthropy, but also state and federal grants that have made possible a lot of investments that we've done. So I wanted to highlight that. I want to talk real quick about GR Outside. There was a grant that was accepted at Fiscal Committee this morning from the Outdoor Foundation, which continues to help us build on our GR Outside division. Every year, we provide the opportunity in partnership with GRPS for hundreds of youth in our community to experience the Grand River, many of them for the first time, through our Grand River experience, which was formerly Canoe-mobile, which has been renamed, our family paddle nights, and then just other kayaking activities that we offer. I wanted to share an update on our Pool Pass program. This was the first year that the city and the department decided to undertake issuing pool passes to the community to provide free youth swimming. And we issued 7,000 youth passes so that our community could access our outdoor swimming pools across all our wards. And we were absolutely thrilled with that. We had some hiccups along the way with our streaming and our workflow of bringing people in and out of the pool, but we've worked through those, and we're looking forward to another successful season. And finally, before I turn it over for our capital update, I wanted to give you an update on the MLK Community Center. After literally years and years and years of community engagement and planning, this facility, this gorgeous new facility, we will have the ribbon cutting on Saturday, February 21st. And so we would welcome the community to come out, take tours of the new space, and really celebrate this incredible opportunity. We will be holding job fairs throughout the month of January on site at a local community church. That information will be posted on our website in the upcoming months. So we're really hoping that we can get a lot of community connection in the positions for that department, or for that new facility. So with that, I'm going to turn it over to Carrie Enriquez, and she is going to give you some project updates.
Good morning, everyone. We wanted really to focus on our leverage funding that we have for our park improvements across the system. So we are working with over $51 million of leverage funding, and it comes from a variety of sources. Some of it is state and federal funding. So we have money from the Michigan Department of Natural Resources, as well as the Downtown Grand Rapids Inc. Greenway funding. And we also have some private funding as well. So with Fans of Valley Field, the Mitten Foundation, as well as the West Michigan Trails. looking at 2025 and our park projects, the ones that we've completed in the past year, looking at the East River Walk. So those are improvements to the River Walk just north of the Blue Bridge. The picture on the right is of the Hausman Field Playground, the community build that we did in partnership with the Neighborhood Association and others, and then also some parking lot reconstruction. And we've also started projects that are on a larger scale that are still in construction and will travel into 2026 as well. So to highlight some of those, Canal Park, that full park reconstruction, as well as the Oxford Trail. Those are reconstruction of the existing trail from Wealthy to Oxford and then extending that down to Hall. A list of 13 upcoming projects that will start construction in 2026, some of them into 2027 as well. I spoke of that MDNR, our partnerships with them. We do have a grant for Bike Park, so looking at improvements at that park, which will include bike trail improvements as well as a new picnic shelter, and then also that parking lot. Also looking at Lincoln Park, making improvements to the existing playground and splash pad, the building that is there, and doing some consolidation of the parking lot. You'll notice parking lots have a big feature currently. We have a lot of deferred maintenance with our parking lots, and so we're really trying to focus on making improvements there. And then that picture there is shown Sullivan Field, so we do have a contract with our contractor to move forward with phase 2, and that work is starting, obviously pending the weather. So looking at our 5-year capital plan to highlight a couple of different projects, looking at some new park spaces. So 32nd Street, that is a new park north of 32nd and east of Kalamazoo. In that we've partnered with Mobile GR for a pedestrian beacon to cross 32nd safely to get pedestrians to that park space. And again, there's some highlights of some parking lots. We've got parking lots coming for reconstruction at Huff and Aberdeen, McKay-JC, as well as Riverside, and then a new dog park, which I know some people are very excited about at McKay-JC. So looking at our emerging opportunities, there's currently an RFQ out for the Indian Trails Golf Course, so that is looking at that entertainment project that was completed a year or so ago and looking at ways that we could do a phased approach for that work. We are currently working on a master plan for Belknap Park. There are a lot of different uses in there, so we've partnered with GRCC, GR Pickleball, the Griffs, special events, as well as other large-scale event planners in that park space to determine the best use for that space. Also looking at the potential for future investments along that Greenway corridor as that continues through the years. And then again, looking at our completed 2024 dog park study and looking at ways to implement permanent dog parks throughout our park system as well as temporary dog parks. So celebrating our success, as mentioned, over the $51 million in leverage funding combined with some of our bond funding and our parks millage funding, we have about $64 million of projects currently that are happening in the planning, design, and construction phase. Just wanted to take the time to really thank the residents of Grand Rapids for voting for the millages that have allowed us to support our improvements in our park spaces, as well as the partnership with the Parks and Recreation Advisory Board. And then a lot of our key partnerships that we have either aided to that leverage funding that we have, or just some of those community engagement and connections into the community as well. So with that, I will pass this over to my colleague, Joe Sulek.
Good morning, Commissioners. Good morning, Mayor, City Manager. Been asked to give an update to our forestry division. And wanted to start out just saying that, forestry is dedicated to ensuring public health and safety while maximizing the environmental benefits of the Grand Rapids canopy. I'm pleased to say that we did a recent tree canopy study, and we found that our canopy in Grand Rapids has increased from 34 to 37%, primarily since 2014. We have been implementing a successful public-private approach to managing our priority work in the city as it relates to trees, starting with our Priority 1 project, which saw close to 6,000 Priority 1 trees addressed, removed, and pruned. And we also have 1,400 trees planted per year. However, we are primarily a reactive management system currently, and because of that, we gained a $50,000 grant from the Community Forestry and Urban and Community Forestry at the DNR to do a forestry operations and management plan, and so I was going to report on some of that today. Project update as far as Priority 2 work that we started pretty much immediately after we did our Priority 1 work. That was a plan that we did an in-house and a private contractor plan. Started out with in-house crews doing pruning, where our private contractors were doing removals. In June of 2023, we decided to do a pivot on that because we had fallen behind on the pruning portion of that. So then we pivoted to have our contractors doing pruning work and our in-house doing removals. And you can see from that time we've done close to 5,158 prunes. We have a balance of about 929 trees that we're currently underway, and we're looking to have that done by June 30th of 2026 in this fiscal year. As you can see, we've exceeded the amount of removals that we needed to do because as a living asset, trees age and they do graduate into needing removals. And so we have done that, and we're doing that very efficiently with our in-house crews. We also have in fiscal year 26 an investment of over $200,000, almost $250,000 to do the backlog of stumps that we have currently. As of right now, we are 310 stumps within that backlog. One thing that I wanted to point out is that our in-house forestry crew is highly trained, dedicated crew. When I came on as a city forester in 2014, I was the only certified arborist within the department, and currently we have 7 certified arborists. And we our primary response to storm damage and debris pickup. That is one of the main functions that we do, and you can see in this graph that since July of 2023 we have completed over 2,500 storm response work orders, and you can see that wind events directly correlate with a high amount of debris pickup that we have. So there's something that we have a vital responsibility in the forestry department. We had Davie Resource Group come and do our operations and management plan working with us, and some of the critical components of that was that storm response is a critical component of forestry. Risk potential increases as trees age if we don't have proactive management. We have a need for an up-to-date inventory. The inventory that we've been working on and the priority work was done in 2016. Although we have updated the inventory as we've done work in-house, their trees do age, and we need to get a better assessment as to where we are as far as priority work. A large component of our canopy in the city of Grand Rapids is maple trees. I would say the majority of those maples are Norway maples, planted mostly in the 60s and 70s. They are all aging at the same rate, and we're seeing the same problems citywide. And you can see in this graph to the lower right that 24% Norway maples is high above their standard 10% rule that you'd want as far as genus allocation in the city. Proactive management saves money in the long run. There is an initial investment that's usually needed to catch up on that work, as we've seen over the last few years with our priority work. But the one thing that we did see in this is that we have over 17,000 young trees, which is about 24% that need some kind of training prune. And so this graph on the lower left shows the difference between the types of pruning that take place in the city. You can see that over 50% of that is routine pruning. And then the training prune are our younger trees, and then the gray area is priority prunes, and that's where we've been focusing a lot of our effort in forestry over the last few years, is to address those priority prunes. But as trees age, they age into different categories. The recommendations that came out of our management plan are to initiate a proactive public tree maintenance program, build the capacity of the forestry division, leverage data for informed urban forestry management, and that would be in the form of a new tree inventory. Increase the diversification and resilience of public tree species, meaning that we want to increase the diversity and also plant trees that are going to be resilient to climate change, higher storms, and things that are being predicted for the future. Conduct an updated tree inventory, as I stated, to support prioritization and maintenance and removal needs. Coordinate citywide forestry efforts across departments. Currently, we are doing trimming and some other departments as far as making sure that we're have proper clearance for snow removal equipment and whatnot. So we want to make sure that we're keeping all of that within the same database. And then keep Grand Rapids on a path for tree canopy growth. If we keep on this current path we're on, they're predicting that in 2030, we should hit that 40% canopy goal that we have in the city. And I believe that is, we lost that. There we go. So thank you very much. And I think we're open, all of us open to questions for that. Thank you.
Thanks. Commissioners, Commissioner Robbins.
Yeah, thanks, Mayor. Good to see you all. Thanks for the presentation. I had a cool question. I want to say this was back in 2023 when Commissioner Moody was around. There was talks of like a cemetery master plan. Is that, unless it's something that occurred and just flew under the radar, I'm not sure if there's any updates of that. I guess specifically on the west side, I know there's a community organization that's trying to raise money to just better invest in our cemeteries and make them a place where people can, walk their dogs and just enjoy as green spaces. So just curious if there's any updates on that process.
Yeah, as the superintendent, I also manage the cemetery, so I've been selected to come and answer this question. But we are in the process of determining how we want to go about the cemetery master plan. We do have an increased amount of capital investment within the cemetery, and we're looking to engage that process probably in the next fiscal year. I have worked closely with Friends of Greenwood Cemetery. We have a great group that's starting to emerge in Oak Grove Cemetery. We have Woodlawn Cemetery, and then the Arboretum Committee that oversees the Oak Hill Cemetery. So we really want to engage all of those constituents in that master plan process so that we can not only have an overall plan for cemeteries, but individuated plans for each specific cemetery. But yeah, we have a lot of public interest in our cemeteries. For an area that's designated to commemorate death, it's teeming with life. So we really want to make those important green spaces within the city as well.
Great, thank you.
Thanks, Commissioner. I think that's a great point. If you look at a map of Grand Rapids, and I have them up on my wall in my office, I often get excited when I look at this big green patch, and I'm like, oh, that's a cemetery, so nobody can use it. And I think having a conversation around how to get actual activation of cemeteries as useful green spaces and not just as tree repositories or corpse repositories is a great idea. So I'd love to see some thought around, walking paths and signage, and the question of how we get people to use those cemeteries as green space assets, I think are a really great one to have. Commissioner Kilgore.
Yeah, thank you. In line with my colleagues' comments, I believe if you don't count the cemeteries, the third ward is down around a dozen, am I correct? Lack of green space in terms of total parks. So I'd love if you all could speak to some of the direct investments that we're seeing with the capital investment plan in the third ward. I'm also very happy to see a complaint that I've gotten for many years, even before I was ever thinking of public office, with my family celebrating reunions and things at Garfield Park and that parking lot. So very happy to see that. But as we know, we are lacking green space that is, as my colleagues have noted, able to be used for all different sorts of things, including dog walking. That's important that constituents reach out about. So thank you for that note on that. But this sort of reminds me of with our Vital Streets plan, where we knew that we needed direct investment in terms of sidewalks and street repairs in the third ward, and we started there. So I'm happy to see that type of equity focused reflected in this capital investment plan. And if you could speak to the direct new green spaces that we can expect in the third ward, I'd appreciate it.
Yeah, I want to appreciate your love of the parking lots. I do like that. In the next 5 years, we do have the funding for the new park space at 32nd Street, so that'll be some new green space. We've also been working in Boston Square as well for the potential for new park spaces there as well. And then also with our Southside Creekways project, so looking at ways to make improvements to the existing Plaster Creek Trail and kind of to bridge some of those gaps in that trail system, and also develop a new trail system for Silver Creek that would, connect from Boston Square west to Roosevelt and up. So really trying to highlight some of those, potential new opportunities. We also have funding set aside for acquisitions, specifically in the third ward. So we're always strategically looking at the potential to add park space, but as you can imagine, it's hard, right? There's a lot of, balancing of priorities for housing and just trying to ensure that we're not just acquiring property just to acquire it. We're trying to be strategic in that placement of those locations.
Yeah, thank you so much. And may I ask you, for the Boston Square development, is that going to be near the new housing development? Is it more of a pocket park design? Am I correct in remembering
Not necessarily a pocket park, no. So we have been working almost where the modern hardware facility is for a park space there. So
Wonderful. Thank you.
Yeah. And I did want to touch on, Commissioner Robbins, your question about the master plan for the cemeteries. We have completed an asset management plan for the cemeteries about a year ago. So that is informing the improvements that we're making. So just trying to roll that into a higher scale master plan that Joe was talking about.
We also increased our investment in cemeteries in the last budget, I believe, as well.
Yep.
Commissioner Sassi.
Thank you, Mayor. Thank you, Ms. Enriquez and the whole team for sharing this update. And I was leaning over to Commissioner Perdue and I said, oh, so next year we can have an activation for Art Prize in the new MLK Lodge. So we're going to speak it into an existence. But a couple of questions that I had, because we are now almost at 2026. And back in 2020 and 2021, 26 seems so far away. But that was the ARPA deadline. And so I wanted to ask a question about any of the projects that you talked, obviously some things that were started, any considerations or concerns. Obviously, I know we've moved, and City Manager, this might be for you too, move some money in different spaces so that we could use it up in case there was a consideration, right? But just to make sure we didn't lose out on any ARPA dollars. I was also interested in a little bit more detail on the status of the Leonard Ann Trail, just where we're at with that. So that was kind of a comment about ARPA, then the question about Leonard Ann. Thank you for the updates. It was good to see the leverage funding, and I think this is another example. Many departments, and today we're talking about you all, of leveraging those public and private partnerships. Different, obviously, we have Friends of GR Parks, but you noted a number of them. And so just from another, I think from our perspective, and I've seen this like on our civil service board, designing this department of what are the resources that we need, because parks it's the fun things, but there's also public safety considerations. Last week, whoever cut that tree down, you shouldn't have cut the tree down, right? That was all on the news. That was the headline. And so there's a lot of different things to consider. I think we think there's a great event and activation happening, but there's a lot of other like safety considerations and different departments that you all are engaging with. So that's a comment, not a question. But Ball Perkins Park, thank you for a number of efforts there. We had to work really closely with Consumers Energy. Well, I didn't, but Carrie did. And just finding out different things. So that is coming to fruition. I know as we're having conversations in the second ward about the potential redevelopment of the county site at Fuller and the overpass, that our Nika neighborhood, of course having Ball Perkins Park, but are there some other opportunities for different types of park in that neighborhood? We talked about dog parks, but also to your question, Commissioner Kilgore, about where else do we go, is we're going to have, we have our GRPS city liaison meeting, but there are going to be schools that are obviously going to turn into something, but really through those relationships in the past with Friends of GR Parks to keep that green space. How do we engage in that? So I think that's an opportunity about what might be in the future and just, different relationships. So I'll look forward to that with GRPS. And then really the last piece I had is really about the forestry. Probably just more of a comment of support. I shared this in the mid-year review. My predecessor, this was something that she worked on pretty closely back in 2019. COVID happened. A lot of things got pushed off. I was able to go to a urban forestry committee with some neighbors. Gosh, I think that was in the fall or, in the fall, end of summer. And so I think all of those pieces that got brought up, whether it's, changing severe weather events, which we did call out in the CAP, and just, some delay in how do we be more proactive to reactive. And so I think about that as our core services, and that's been a sort of a mantra for me as we go into 26. There's a lot of things that we can do, but I think that we need to be focused on what are our core services and delivering value. So thank you for providing the recommendations overview, Joe. So some comments and some questions. I guess just to recap it, Ms. Enriquez, is really about the Leonard Ann Trail and then the ARPA dollar considerations. Thanks.
Yeah, thanks. So for the city ARPA, for that funding for the projects, so for Oxford Trail, we've already spent the funding that we had for the city ARPA, and that is currently under construction. Plaster Creek, Silver Creek, that planning that we talked about, that is currently underway, and we're on schedule to spend that ARPA funding by the end of this year. MLK, it's under construction. It'll be done, in February for the grand opening. So that is spent. And then, let's see, I think the other one is the Leonard to Ann. I think that's the last one. So Leonard to Ann, it has been split into two different projects because of the funding. So we have Leonard to the railroad is one project, and that is going to be let by MDOT, and they have their letting or their bid opening date of February 6th, and that is set. Everything is moving forward with that. And then the northern portion, which is the railroad to Ann, is going to be bid by the city, and we are currently working on those bid documents. They've been approved by the DNR, and we anticipate bidding in the next couple days. So we will be back in January for approval of that contract.
I think Commissioner.
Sorry, Mayor, can I just supplement that response?
Sure.
Just because Commissioner Isasi gave us an opportunity. Just to flag that 2026 is going to be a very pressure-filled year for our engineering staff, our parks engineering staff, capital improvement staff, and the contractors we are working with because of the criticality of spending those dollars by the end of 26. There's also some ambiguity currently about how that will be interpreted. So is it going to be enough that the work is done and the liability exists for us to pay, or do we actually have to have pushed the money out the door? And those kinds of decisions are going to be impactful. So just wanted to, and we also have the big amphitheater delivery for opening in May. And that is, again, something that is very visible and important to the community and something we're really focusing on. So we're going to have to be flexible and adaptable for project timelines that aren't implicated by ARPA or some of those other very highly impactful and lots of planning and people traveling in from out of town to be at those kinds of events. So again, appreciate you raising the issue, and I just wanted to take the opportunity to speak to how that will impact how we prioritize and use staff time, and it will probably require some flexibility in 2026, and we'll do our best to communicate to everyone sort of if we have to shift resources around to complete those projects. Obviously, that's number one priority for us to be able to use those dollars and not have any issues with that. Thank you.
Thank you, Mayor. And I just want to pick up the baton, the relay race here on forestry. I appreciate all the comments everyone's made about parks and cemeteries so far. I have actually had the opportunity to look at the forestry operation and maintenance plan. Is that going to be presented before the entire commission at some point? Or is that something you want to talk a little more about?
I can respond. No, that's not on the plan for a commission update.
Okay.
We have not typically briefed on the operations plan for forestry.
Well, I just want to reiterate that I do see the significant need in the neighborhoods for more proactive management. I think that we are behind possibly 5 to 10 years in some of our pruning, but I would love to hear your thoughts on that. And what does pruning actually entail? How much of the tree are you guys cutting? And where the clarity on wires and whatnot would be for homeowners as well as Consumers Energy? Because I get a lot of questions about that in our neighborhoods.
Well, a couple things. To answer your questions in the order I heard them. So the first is the pruning. I would say that I would agree with your assessment as to the number of trees that need pruning, especially in the training and young pruning category. The component of that plan of boosting the in-house would be to address those young trees. Forestry is a long game, so if we can focus on young and training trees, we will save money in the long run. As far as the specifications for pruning, we are focused currently, we wrote a lot of those specifications to focus on clearance above sidewalks and streets, clearance away from houses, and with some structural pruning done. A lot of the structural pruning we do is in-house, just because of the amount of training and expertise we have within our in-house staff. And then your third question was again, I'm sorry.
The clarity on wires between a homeowner responsibility, city responsibility, and consumer's responsibility. And then maybe we could add on, since the structural pruning is done internal, like how quickly, what could a resident expect return response and stuff like that?
Well, response on components as far as those are strictly based on inspections after people request something done to the tree. So we'll go out and we'll do an inspection and we'll set a timeline on that, and that's how we base our KPIs and that on how quickly we're getting to those type of things based on priority. We have a very close relationship with Consumers Energy currently. We have an annual meeting to determine where their work is going to be in the city, and then we work to get ahead of that to notify as best we can as far as what type of pruning is going to be happening. Most of that pruning is on primary lines, and that's where that's focused. Now, if it's on a city tree, then we will be working in conjunction with them as far as filling any gaps in notification. The Consumers does most of the notification on that based on an agreement that we have with them as far as 2 weeks ahead of time, anytime something is being done. But responsibility for city trees within the right-of-way fall to the city, and then we defer to Consumers to do their pruning. I think the biggest issue with that is that some of the pruning cycle has been so elongated that people they've never seen Consumers come in, and a lot of the work that's done is pretty stark. I can say that, as a certified arborist, none of the pruning cuts that are being done by those companies are faulty. It's just the amount of material that has to be removed because they have not been proactively managed. Same situation that we find ourselves in at times. So we try and get ahead of that and communicate as best we can about what is coming. If there's trees that so much would have to be removed that it should just be removed rather than pruned, we'll be proactive and have them do that for us, and then we can work to get new trees planted in there that are more wire friendly. One thing I didn't show in that study, and you probably saw in the maintenance plan, is that we have a very high percentage of trees that are small canopy trees because we've been proactively planting underneath power lines so we can avoid those conflicts in the future, trying to plant the right tree in the right place as well. So,
what happens with the wires between the main primary line into the building or house?
Some of those are more feed lines to the house. Those fall within the responsibility mostly with the homeowner. If it's a city tree that's causing a conflict, then we'll make sure that we have that on our list as well.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah.
Commissioner Perdue?
Thank you, Mayor. Thank you all for the presentation. Where to start? So first, I want to speak to kind of the first section of the presentation around parks and activation. My understanding is that only public buses only go to 2 of our 3 parks. Is that true from your understanding? And is that something on your radar or something to kind of address with the Rapid to make sure that all of our parks are accessible by everyone in our city, particularly given all the good work that we're doing about, passes and youth programming and the like?
That's a great question that I'll have to follow up with you on. I can check in with our mobility experts and get you some better answers on that. But, obviously in every program that we do and at all of our park spaces, we want to remove as many barriers as we possibly can to access.
Absolutely. Related to that, I mentioned this when we talked about the potential fee schedule for MLK Lodge. But really want to make sure that our rental fees, our space fees, both for our buildings on our parks, but also the parks themselves are really accessible. So for example, we've mentioned Friends of Grand Rapids Parks a few times this morning, and they're kind of part of the city in a way. And if they want to activate our parks, bring people to our parks, kind of really as an extension of the city's work, they have to pay us for all the rental fees and everything as if they were an outside entity doing kind of a private event. So I think that there's an opportunity to kind of, in some of the conversations you mentioned earlier today, Mayor, about how do we utilize fees, I think there's an opportunity to go back and to make sure that our public parks and our spaces are truly accessible to community members, regardless of their situatedness and their income level. So I wanted to flag that and be curious if other folks are interested in that. Finally, I just want to comment just on our spaces in general. I think we have been thinking about this, but there's an opportunity to go further and really questioning or defining what users we're designing different spaces for. So we did a walkthrough on the southeast side about where that potential Silver Creek Trail might go. And, we're walking through some of our existing parks, and the one I'm thinking about in particular is great for folks with young kids, but it's a beautiful park, very walkable to the Garfield Park neighborhood and Seymour Square neighborhood, but there's not a lot of attraction outside of like young kids playing. I'm a get a blanket and read a book kind of girly at the park, right? And that's not a good space for that. Other folks want to walk. And so just want to challenge us as we think about these spaces to think about very diverse users that exist in our community and design and activate for that. And then relatedly, particularly as we think about major potential investments or changes like a new trail, of not waiting until those points to make investments in our parks and our current amenities. We walk through Dickinson Park. There's so much that we could do for it right now to make it a better asset to that community and to the city as a whole. That shouldn't require us waiting until we kind of have this huge new master plan about a trail system. So I want to make that point, encourage us to continue to do that. And then lastly, more of a question. We know that severe weather is going to continue to increase. So I'm curious, Joe, you shared the chart of kind of increases over the last few years and what that has meant for trees. I'm curious if your department has looked at what that means for cost increases. Is that something you're thinking about as we think about the next budget cycle? So that's A. And then B, are we thinking about fruit trees in our parks? And then lastly, want to know what the connection is. I think Urban Ag, is that the Urban Agriculture Committee, is that when planning, or what is your connection to it, Parks and Forestry? So that's a three-parter. Severe weather, projection, fruit trees, and urban ag.
So let's dissect all of that a little bit. As far as urban agriculture, it has historically been under Parks Department. It's transitioning over to the Sustainability Department. But I guess this is a great opportunity to introduce two people we have here, because we were lucky enough to receive a $500,000 Eagle Grant for urban agriculture development, and we have Angelica, who is our urban agriculture coordinator. I did also want to introduce Courtney Perkins, who is now our new MLK Community Center manager. So I failed to do that but when you mentioned urban agriculture, it was a great opportunity to introduce these folks. As far as the long-term impact of weather, Joe can speak to this a little bit more, but I know that was a consideration in developing potential models for what a forestry operating plan could look like to bring us to a sustainable place. As part of our budget development for fiscal year 27, we will be introducing a couple different potential models that could help us get to this place of being sustainable. So I'll pass it over to Joe for the question on fruit trees.
So as far as fruit trees go, we are always considering fruit trees for plantings. When they're planted along streets or in public property, we just want to make sure that when those are planted, we have an entity or group that understands the amount of maintenance and upkeep, especially during harvest, that's needed so that we can maximize the benefits from those trees as well. So it's as long every time we plant trees, it's normally in conjunction with the group that's very interested in having those and getting the fruit off of those trees as well.
With the graph that you shared of the type of trees in Grand Rapids, do any of those have fruit on them?
The majority of the trees that, where did that go? The majority of trees that you see in this graph are primarily trees that are either street trees or park trees. The number of ornamental trees that we have is increasing because, like I said, the amount that we're planting underneath power lines. Fruit trees make up a small portion of the urban forest, but we, as Laura introduced, we do have a substantial urban agriculture grant that we are embarking on, and we can imagine that some of those grantees, subrecipient grantees, will be incorporating orchard trees, within that model.
Great. And then just sorry.
Oh, go ahead.
Just a follow-up to Laura, you talked about the urban ag moving to sustainability. Could you talk a little bit about the thinking behind that change?
It has just been the oversight of the Urban Agriculture Committee. Obviously, the Parks Department is still very involved just because of the opportunities within our park spaces, which will be further explored as we continue moving forward with the grant that we received. So.
Great. So it's 11:20 now. We've got another, I think, probably going to be a very engaged conversation about zoning and planning. So I'm just going to essentially make a couple thematic comments here rather than ask questions. I think fundamentally when we're talking about parks, it's always worth asking the question of whether we're talking about a product or a service. I don't want to challenge all of us to not think of parks as products. A lot of this looks sort of like a construction document. We're building this, we're building this, we're building this. And, we're investing in this and we're building out parking lots and, if we have a housing complex in town, we do community engagement, but fundamentally we think of that as sort of a product. Because I think of parks as fundamentally a service, and this is, resonating with some of the points that Commissioner Perdue was making. I think that we really have to challenge ourselves to make sure that we're seeing these parks are only valuable if they're used, and that is so they're not set-aside lands. We're not investing in Yosemite here. We're trying to get things that humans can use, and so in those terms, I know we've had a longstanding goal of having parks within 10 minutes of everyone's house. Frankly, I'd like to have usable amenities in parks that people can get within a 10-minute walk of their house. And that probably means, I'd rather spend money on that than spending money on a whole lot of parking lots. And I'd rather get things embedded in people's neighborhoods that they can actually use. I didn't see any, and then, the question of like surveys of users. If you're seeing it as a product, then you can be like, oh, let's see what we want to make. But if you're seeing it as a service, I think that surveys aren't just something you do to see what product you make. They're your core. They're a core function. So in future, I'd love to see reporting out on asking people what they want and on envisioning what they want, because I think we're dreaming about uses. And so it's not like an apartment building that when you're done, you're just like, oh, great, we got all the input, here it is, it's done. It's going to be there for 40 years. I think that parks are much more fluid and dynamic than that, and we should probably embed conversations about use and surveys about use and questions about what the community wants, really as part of the lifeblood of what we're providing for or making for our residents, not just stuff, but engagement. So I'd love to see that as something that thematically all of us at the city work towards. The other thing that jumped out to me was that activation question. Sometimes parks fail in their activation, and one park that I didn't see anything in this document that I've heard a lot of comments about as a problematic use park is Heartside. And so the question of how you activate different uses in places where you're not seeing the uses that you might want is something that I would welcome conversations about investment in. So we're out of time. I'm just doing a mic drop here. So this is I would like to see conversations about steering use, but also as things evolve. I mean, everyone in the world wants to do pickleball. It's like the new Hare Krishnas. Like pickleball users are almost cult members. But that means that getting those folks, just like I'm a member of the dog park cult. We should we can be thinking about how to make those sorts of things a lot more available in a lot more. So I guess I'm hoping we can move towards granularity, and some of my favorite parks in the city are small. They're not big, and they're really, really heavily used. So that's where I hope we can move with our vision.
Thank you for the feedback.
Okay, I think we will move on to our conversation about zoning ordinance. And Ms. Turkelson was worried that it wasn't on the agenda, and it really is. So there's your slideshow.
Must have had a poorly written draft on our station back there. So it's okay to get going? Okay. All right. Good morning. Thank you so much for this opportunity to be here today. An updated zoning ordinance is pretty much on the top of every staff planner's wish list right now. So you can imagine our excitement to be here before you today to introduce our planning consultants that will be helping the city as we embark upon this important process. The team of Codometrics, Clarion, and Altogether were chosen by planning staff along with the support of our technical advisory committee because of their extensive zoning expertise, their creative policy approaches, and their accessible and inclusive community engagement strategies. We believe this team, in partnership with the city staff, will really help us create a user-friendly zoning ordinance that will implement the recommendations of the community master plan. And today we'll be detailing that work for you about what are the next steps that we'll be taking, also recapping the process that we've had to date since the adoption of the community master plan. And so really we appreciate the support that's been provided so far. And again, we're thrilled to be here today. So with that, I will turn it over to Leila Islani, our interim assistant planning director and project manager. And she, along with the consultants, will provide the very brief presentation for us, for you today. And then, of course, we'll be available to support any questions.
Thank you, Kristen, and thank you for having us today. So Kristen went over this. We're going to give you a brief recap of the master plan since we haven't been here since March. And then we're going to talk about what we've done so far on the zoning ordinance update and introduce the consultant team, and I'll hand it off to them to discuss more about the process and next steps. So you've seen this before, but for people joining us at home, and just as a refresher, we have our vision statement from the community master plan, our themes, which are equity, safety, vibrancy, culture, and sustainability, our goal areas, which form the chapters of the community master plan, which are great neighborhoods, vital business districts, a strong economy, balanced mobility, and desirable development character. And each of those chapters have recommendations that weave the themes throughout the different chapters in the whole plan. We get asked a lot about what changes are in this master plan versus the previous one, and we created this list of bold changes. The first one is allowing ADUs up to quadplexes in residential zone districts by right, raising the maximum height of commercial buildings, requiring developments that meet a certain threshold or size to have a transportation demand management plan, and then allowing more uses in commercial and retail districts like 28th Street, maybe allowing more research and development and light manufacturing in areas like that, and then looking at our parking requirements and parking lots to encourage infill development and create more walkable and vibrant business districts throughout our city. Since we've been to you in March, we've done a lot of engagement with the community. We've been at commission night outs. We hosted a lunch and learn on zoning and what it is. We've been at the neighborhood summit also to introduce people to zoning and the concepts behind it. I know some of you were there. We hosted 3 ward-wide meetings in September. We went out to each ward and talked about zoning, and this is all to prepare the community for the upcoming conversation that we'll do with the consultant team. And then we've also gone by request to other neighborhood associations and groups, and in total we've engaged 400 plus people, so that was exciting. We've also formed a technical advisory committee. Those are regular users of the zoning ordinance that are going to help us and the Planning Commission and the consultant team vet the recommendations before we bring them out to the public for further discussion. We did a zoning ordinance user survey, so anyone that's used the zoning ordinance recently, we sent out a digital survey and asked for their feedback that we've given to the consultant team. We also used to scope the proposal, and then we've hired the consultant team, and now we're in the onboarding stage. So we're excited to be here today, and with that, I will introduce Leslie Oberholzer from Codametrics, who's the project manager from the consultant side.
Oh, sorry. Joel, can you make it in full screen, in presentation format? Oh. Well, good morning. I'm really thankful to be here. I'm here to just introduce our team and to sort of kick off this project. So it's very early stages here. I'm just going to keep moving forward. So our consultant team was pulled together specifically for this project, even though I work with these folks a lot and have over the years. My firm, Codametrics, is the project lead. I've written dozens of zoning codes for cities across the country, as well as really focusing in on downtowns or neighborhoods or commercial corridors. I tend to write mostly form-based regulations, so I'm very much a designer as well as a planner. I have on the team altogether who is a wonderful equity-based engagement leader especially in the Midwest, but across the country. And then you won't see them here today, but Clarion Associates is a nationwide zoning consulting firm as well as planners, and they bring their specific zoning expertise in terms of procedures and those sort of difficult land uses. So I'm going to turn it over to Abigail to introduce all together real quick.
Good morning, Mayor, Commissioners, and City staff. I think it's still morning, so I think we're good. Want to check on that. But thank you so much for having us. I know you have a pretty jam-packed agenda, so appreciate your time. But we wanted to quickly introduce All Together. All Together is a small but mighty woman-owned firm out of the Chicagoland area. We are super excited to have the opportunity to partner with not only you, but your community and your wonderful staff on this project. We kind of have 3 areas of expertise, which are community engagement, communications, and placemaking and place branding. We really stay true to those. And something that makes us unique is we're very multidisciplinary. Even though we have graphic designers, creative writers, landscape architects, people with backgrounds in social works, all of us have an urban planning background. So we are not just a PR firm that can't get past just doing those introductions. We are so excited to be on this and build off the wonderful work that you all have done with your master plan.
Thank you.
not just urban planning, but they've also worked on several zoning projects, and believe me, it's not easy to get people engaged in zoning, so we're excited to have them on our team. So Codometrics is also a woman-owned firm. I am the owner, and I am the person that you will see on a regular basis. I do everything. I touch everything. I do have people that help me, but I am the major code writer. I have been writing codes for over 20 years. I was a landscape architect before becoming a planner, and so I sort of combine those into urban design. I am also serve on the Center for Zoning Solutions with Smart Growth America as in terms of a steering committee to help sort of forward best practices in zoning in our work. And as I said, Clarion Associates has done hundreds of development codes, and they bring their expertise from both Denver and North Carolina in terms of helping us to look at your procedures and make sure that we're streamlining those, as well as those kind of sort of sticky land uses that might require some legal expertise. So very briefly, we have 5 phases that we've proposed for this project. The first phase is orientation, which is where we are today. And that orientation is meant to sort of help us to gather as much information as we can about the community, try to get to know the community so that we can then dive into the second phase, which we call discovery and direction. And that phase is a 3-month phase where we intend to really get to know the community in greater depth. I should say that when I started my career in code writing 20 years ago, the first project that I did was for the Grand Valley Met Council and doing a study on zoning within the community. So that was really my sort of on the ground here in Grand Rapids. And so I got to know the city quite a bit, but that was 20 years ago and lots has changed, and I can tell. So at the end of that discovery and directions phase, we'll create a report called the Directions Report, which is meant to, along with your master plan, send us in the proper direction to write the zoning draft, which is phase 3. That initial draft will be mostly internal. We're going to work closely with staff, which we've already started doing, as well as the Technical Advisory Committee, which we will be meeting with tomorrow. And we'll create this sort of pushing and pulling of a draft that we've created before we put it out for anybody else to see. So it's very internal. At the end of that process, that's when we'll come back to you and show you where we are and see if that's sort of ready for prime time, which dives us into phase 4, which is the public review period. So that initial draft will get pushed and pulled internally. Then we will get feedback, a little bit of feedback at the end of that, push and pull it again, and then put it out for public review. We just don't want to put anything out that we don't feel like is feasible and will really work and function. And then after we go through that longer 4-month public review process, then we'll go into the sort of formal adoption process. You can see across the bottom that we have several sort of points that we will be engaging, both with the Planning Commission and the City Commission, but also with the community within those engagement events. And so we will actually have, at the end of each one of these phases, an opportunity to engage with both you and the community as a whole. This is a sort of line out of all of those engagement situations where we'll meet separately with you all or with a joint commission. But in that public review period, that sort of phase 4, that's when we will get in deep. And we expect to have at least 4 meetings with Planning Commission and 4 meetings with you all, as well as to post that public review draft and then have a full community engagement process at that point as well. So how are we going to do this? So the first part of that discovery and directions is really looking at the different layers of information that we have available to us. And the first and foremost is your community master plan. It is a well-written master plan. Very rarely do I have the opportunity to work on a project that has such a nicely written master plan that gives us lots of good information. That is indeed very rare, but that will be sort of our basis. But this is a zoning project, and so what we need to be sure that we're doing
is we're implementing zoning. Zoning is incremental. It changes over time, and our goal is not to just change everything immediately. Things will change slowly. We're implementing that master plan slowly over time. So we need to make sure that we're looking at the current zoning and overlaying the future land use as well as the current zoning. But further, and a kind of a hallmark of my firm is I really get to know the community and the building forms within the community. So I will do extensive survey and analysis and overlay that information as well. Ultimately, our goal is to create a code that is easy to use, clear, very predictable. We will be reorganizing the code. We'll be maintaining its sort of hybrid form-based and use-based sort of situation, but we will enhance that quite a bit. We will be cleaning up lots of revisions and sort of moving things around in order to make it a little bit easier to find what it is that you need within the code. And then hopefully we will create regulations that look something like this, where we're taking those series of metrics and we're folding them into tables. You use tables in your current code, but we'll key those tables to diagrams and illustrations and have images of, what we hope to see developed using these regulations. This sort of idea of objective and very well-tested standards means that the outcomes of the code hopefully will be more predictable, but also the use of the code will be easier and more predictable. And in terms of the development process, and this is a goal of Clarion in every project that they work on, we're looking at streamlining the application process. We're looking at making it easier for developers to do the right thing. So if we can write very clear and predictable regulations, and if we can make that process more streamlined for their approvals, then we can make sure that the community is getting everything that they hope to see in their community. We do need to make sure that we're folding in flexibility and adjustments to the code, but we also want to make sure that we're being very consistent in how we apply that flexibility throughout all of the different geographic locations, but also the different users of the code. So I'm going to turn it over to Abigail to talk a little bit more about the engagement process.
Thank you, Leslie. All right, well, we were going to start first with the 5 C's of a fair process. So really thinking through this, you guys did a great amount of robust engagement with your master planning effort. We are not going to start from scratch. We want to build off that. We want to know what was successful, what are the lessons learned, maybe where are those missing gaps that we need to fill, what can we improve, what we can build off and strengthen, what relationships have you made with your community connectors, where can we further that? So we first want to convene the right people early on. We want to communicate in a compelling way. I don't know what Leslie said. Zoning's super excited to me, but not everyone always thinks that, or they understand the impact behind zoning from their day-to-day. We want to cut out complexity. Zoning can be a little jargony. I like reading codes, but it's not for everyone. We want to create a variety of scales of engagement. We want to think at the city level. We want to think about ward-specific levels. We want to get to neighborhood. We want to get to even down to focus groups and intimate one-on-one relationships. So we want to think strategically, or what are the tools, resources, strategies to do so? And we want an authentic feedback loop the entire time. We want to capture, document, report back that feedback at meaningful points so people know that their thoughts are being heard, and we're continuing the feedback that you received from your master planning effort. So we're going to highlight 2 of these and dive a little deeper just because we are very graphic people, if you haven't already realized by our slides. But we want to communicate in a compelling way. Zoning is not as accessible as it could be. Myth busting is a great way to do it. Humanizing it is a great way, and almost to the impact level too. So people understand it impacts residents, local business owners, first responders, builders, developers that are in the community, outside the community, your staff, their capacities, their workload as well. So we want to think through all the ways we can message this to make it compelling, to build off the work you've done, and making it exciting and professional. So throughout the whole process, if they see anything related to this effort, they're like, oh, I've seen that before. Oh, this is identifiable. And thinking about making it accessible too. And then creating. This was the one that I really wanted to highlight, was a variety of the scales and styles. This is something that we're going to work with staff, the TAC with, but being very strategic about all the different audiences, groups, people, types of engagement that we can do. Thinking about youth discussions, larger workshops, so those ward workshops that we want to further, having things living digitally, also though in print and public realm. You can see kind of in the middle bottom, the public realm, those are window decals. That was a retail action plan in Evanston, Illinois. We did a storytelling effort with a call to action. Within the first day, we had 1,500 survey responses. And we're not just about numbers, but that was pretty astonishing to me. But people were like, oh, this is cool. There's something out there. We don't have to just go to a gym or the police department, a community building from 6 to 8 p.m. and not think about childcare or people working or dinner and making it accessible. So we want to make sure that we are doing so many different pathways and opportunities for people to engage. Pop-up events are huge. I know that you all have been doing them. We make them really exciting, engaging too, and meaningful. So building off, what have you already asked with the master plan? Maybe let's not ask the same questions. Let's further that and do it in a creative way so we can really get the feedback we need to make this regulatory tool what it should be, really shaping the feel, look of your community and the character. And then community connectors is really big and exciting. We've done this on different efforts. I know you all have. They will be part of our team and paid through our team. This will be very intentional. We want these to be facilitators. We want these to be your ambassadors, your champions that have the tools, resources, and education, because zoning sometimes is hard to explain, so that they're able to help us and support us and be part of the team to make sure this zoning tool is easier to implement, is more streamlined, is more meaningful, and people understand it. So when you are going through different zoning meetings, different projects, people just have a little more background on their day-to-day, and it humanizes it. And I will hand it back over to Leslie.
So thank you for your time. I know this was quick, but it again is just meant to sort of introduce you to the project and our team. Our next step will be to develop our brand for the project, as Abigail was mentioning, and to start those web pages so that we can get that information out into the community. We will be recruiting the community connectors with staff, or assisting with that recruitment. And my job is to really start assessing your current code. I've already started reading and organizing my thoughts on your current code, but then we will be drafting the project directions report. The project directions report will probably be an initial draft to staff, I would say probably around February, and then we'll work that, so again, pushing and pulling that to bring it back to you all probably March or April. So thank you. We look forward to any questions.
Yeah, Commissioner Isasi.
Thank you, Mayor. Thanks for the presentation. I think it's, good to think about this whole process. I told Ms. Turkelson that one of the kickoffs of the master plan was the best public meeting I ever went to. I'm going to stand by that. So I guess it's up to us, you all, to see what's the next best one. But that was going to be my question, is how do we make sure, I think as a city that is thriving and growing, and there's people who feel like they're part of it and others who don't, right? And so you're always balancing different perspectives. How do we make sure we don't have burnout from residents who are really active as part of the master planning process? And then just as more of a comment, I know we had youth as a group when we met after the master planning process, and we met with the joint meeting of us and the Planning Commission is really like making sure, how do we engage that young group? And I think we were thinking like 18 to 24, but I saw it looked like there was like school-age children in there. So I was kind of glad to see that. So if you could speak to that too.
I'll let Abigail talk through maybe some strategies that they've used in the past, but I think part of that comes down to our project and the organization that we have to make sure that if we are going out to the community, that we are respectful of their time and that we are not asking the same questions that we've asked before, and that we are very clear in communicating what we need, why we need it, and how that will be used to inform the outcome of this project. So I would start with that, and I don't know if there's anything you would like to add, Abigail?
I mean, we just like to think outside of the box too. I mean, if it's either hiring local creatives to be a part of it, trying to think some gamification through things, trying to make things more colorful, tactile, more for different users and different ages too. And I think that is being more meaningful of like, the waves of engagement of like, what is the call to action? What do you need feedback on? And not just doing engagement to do engagement, which it seems like you all do not do. I've dove into the engagement thus far, which is very impressive. But I think it's working through as a team to try to be super creative and meaningful and not waste people's time. I think it's like, this is what we need to hear from you if you need more information, but it can be hard when you just did an incredible effort with a lot of people.
Yeah. I think it's, people are like, oh, we did that thing. But this was, and we said all along, like this was going to be the next thing. I think the other interesting thing is next year is going to be a really big election. It's like, what are all the things that are trying to capture people's ideas and attention? So thank you for that.
Mayor, I think it would be helpful if we go back to slide 12, and I appreciate them doing it early, and we, as much as possible, forecast the dates and months, and not only make sure we get them on the city commission's calendar. I know some of them will be regular meetings, but there may need to be some that are half-day sessions, special sessions, joint sessions with the planning commission, but also start to let our neighborhood associations and other community partners, business CIAs, make them aware of this upcoming events to the degree possible. I know we don't have date, time, location yet, but we can start forecasting that now.
Yeah, that's an excellent point. So we as city staff have a very, planning staff, I should say, have a very intense 2 days coming up here. And today we will also be meeting with our communications and engagement division with our consultants to start mapping that out, and we'd be happy to share that.
Thanks. Commissioner Kogar?
Thank you. Well, thank you, Ms. Sterkelson, and everyone that did this presentation. So I'd like to talk about potential zoning tools to regulate data centers and get some direct feedback on that. As we know, data centers present a unique and growing challenge for local governments. While they are often categorized as industrial or warehouse uses, their scale, energy demand, water consumption, and infrastructure impacts can far exceed those of traditional industrial facilities. As interest in data center development increases across Michigan, many communities are recognizing that existing zoning codes may not adequately address the distinct characteristics of these facilities. Rather than responding to proposals in a reactive manner, several jurisdictions are proactively updating their zoning ordinances to create clarity, set expectations, ensure that data center development aligns with community priorities like our master plan, related to infrastructure capacity, environmental stewardship, and neighborhood compatibility. Some of these changes being considered are creating a specific definition for a data center to distinguish these facilities from general, industrial, or warehouse uses based on energy demand, cooling systems, and operational characteristics, identifying where data centers are permitted by limiting them to certain zoning districts that require special land use approval, or restricting proximity to residential or environmentally sensitive areas, establishing performance standards so we can talk about building size, noise, from the generators and cooling systems, setbacks, buffering, and then incorporating environmental and sustainability considerations such as water use and heat discharge. As we know, we just passed our climate action adaptation plan, so I think that it would be good for us to make sure this is in alignment with the community master plan and our CAP as well. So these tools provide for predictability for developers and protection for our communities, especially our most vulnerable. So my interest is in understanding whether our current zoning code includes similar clarity, and if not, whether we could explore updates as part of our zoning work. So I'd love to hear about the current assessment, if we have this defined, and if you can speak directly to our actions, our zoning measures right now in relation to data centers.
Thank you, Commissioner. I'm not prepared to provide you with my analysis thus far. Know that myself, the City Attorney's Office, and Sustainability Department are in the process of that analysis for what is today. I think more importantly, as with any new use or trend that comes forward in our community or for our community that has impacts, certainly preparing appropriate policy or regulatory framework is something that we do frequently and we will continue to do. So specific to data centers, yes, evaluating current policy is part of the process that we have before us, and we'll challenge the consultant team to support us. But that won't be dissimilar from any other newer type use that communities are grappling with or trying to understand what is best for their community. So that will all be part of our process, evaluating what is today and where do we need to make any appropriate modifications for how we wish to regulate in the future.
Wonderful. So that could be a potential conversation the city manager talked about, like a joint meeting with the Planning Commission and Commission. Or through community, we could get further. I know a lot of constituents have reached out about this as we see, for example, the village of Sparta just recently proactively updated their zoning. One of the consultants said and Ms. Torkelson, as someone who's familiar with our zoning, so you're not aware that we currently have anything on the books that specifically speaks to data centers?
I do not believe we define that as a separate use. That's not the same as saying we don't have a regulatory framework in place to regulate similar uses. So we have some broader categories in our use definitions or a use-based category, in our category of uses, and that's strategic because we want to be nimble and flexible and really focus on what is the impact of a use and how might the most related zoning category apply. So it's not uncommon for the city of Grand Rapids not to have a specific use regulation for data centers. It may fold under a separate use category, and again, that's consistent with how we've structured our ordinance, and that's in some ways very intentional because it allows us to be more nimble.
Wonderful.
Commissioner Purdue. I don't know why.
Thank you.
Sorry. Thanks.
Third Ward. Thank you, you all. A point of clarity. I wasn't here for the first few minutes of the presentation. So is the purpose of this work plan to essentially implement the zoning ordinance updates that we approved last year, or will there be some extensions and additional content potentially interwoven into the plan that we didn't approve last year?
Yep. So fundamentally, the process will really hyper-focus on implementing the recommendations of the community master plan. However, there are uses and challenges that we face administrating and enforcing the zoning code, or we have experience with a particular use and our community is becoming more comfortable and therefore we can change the process. So there's certainly a variety of other amendments. So I would say that this would be a fairly comprehensive update that will be done to address current needs, recommendations of the community master plan, and some of those staff level frustrations were like, wish it was worded a little bit differently.
Yeah.
So ultimately, it would be kind of a repeal and replace because it will be extensive.
Okay, thank you.
Commissioner Belcheck.
Thank you, Mayor. I don't want to step on your toes, but I just want to say that this is a very exciting launch, and I want to encourage that I'm aware from going through the master planning process as a community member, there was a lot of discussion at various tables about there are certain areas where it's like these are great ideas, but how will they be implemented? How will they be done? So paying attention to those and engaging those conversations, I think is going to be great. And I'd be curious to know if you would like assistance or thoughts from us about community connectors. I assume the answer is yes. And my question would be for our consultants, we have some neighborhoods that are particularly resistant to change. What is your outreach plan or thoughts when dealing with those kinds of neighborhoods?
I'll start with the community connectors. Typically, we would look to both the Planning Commission as well as the Technical Advisory Committee, and importantly, our community neighborhood associations and our community connectors that were that were supporting us through the community master plan. I think that that would be kind of our go-to. We've learned a lot of lessons through that process to make sure that we don't have any sort of expectation or misunderstanding that we are asking our community connectors to be subject matter experts, but rather leveraging some of their social capital, their access to communities that maybe city staff hasn't been as present in historically. And so that's what I would say to the community connector piece. And I guess, I'm not sure, Abigail, if you'd like
And while she's coming up before you, I think it's important because we're assuming the city commission understands their role because we've done a lot of zoning amendments before, but just as a reminder of the process and the importance of allowing the planning commission to be very intimately involved, leading, making recommendations to the city commission, then for our deliberation and consideration, and not trying to get ahead of our own planning commission. Can you speak to that, please?
I think you did an excellent job of that, City Manager. So obviously we've used the community master plan as the guide, as the policy guide that was set by the community and adopted by the City Commission. But when we go to implement that, I think of it as a tool that we use that is perhaps a little bit more used on a day-to-day basis to make development decisions. And that process really is charged by the Planning Commission as your land use experts for the community that city staff, of course, works alongside with to implement that, to develop those recommendations that then are brought to you as the decision maker. So typically we look at the development in partnership with the city staff, with the stakeholders that use the ordinance, as well as the Planning Commission, who then we then provide that recommendation to the City Commission.
Mayor?
So I want to point out, I mean, I think there's an ethical tension that needs to get named, and I think that there's also a process concern, and that is one of our stated values as a city is to be welcoming. And so even framing the question of, like, what was it? You talked about it being fair, I think. So there are two groups. There are people who currently live in the city, and there are people who might live in the city in the future. And how do you give voice to a group that isn't as readily available? And how do you articulate the values of allowing people to join our community? And if all we do is survey the people who are already here, we're necessarily biasing the structure of the conversation in favor of existing residents. And I guess there's a foundational question, which is if I guess we have decided as a country that we don't like international movement anymore. But I hope that we still allow movement inside the country. And so the question of, how, if Grand Rapids is going to thrive and prosper going forward, that necessarily involves the prospect of new entrants to the community. And we often focus on children as a proxy for new adults, but again, if we only focus on the children who are here, we haven't really escaped that dynamic. So I'm wondering if your team can talk about that.
Sure, I can start, and Leslie, if you want to supplement. I would state that I think we had a very robust engagement process that was inclusive of both residents and stakeholders or organizations that do look beyond those that are currently here. And so whether that's through the Right Place, Chamber of Commerce, Experience GR, Grand Valley Metro Councils, MDOT. So I think we had participation and thought as part of the development of our vision, a land use vision, and where we go next relative to how we would implement that. So I would say similar entities would be participating in the zoning ordinance development that would think beyond our jurisdictional boundaries, which is something that is added within the planning and zoning enabling legislations to rely on the West Michigan Regional Planning Commission. We are required to share our community master plan, and we would welcome input on our zoning ordinance by our neighboring jurisdictions to make sure that we as a region are thinking regionally relative to our land use patterns and not just what's best for the city of Grand Rapids, although clearly that's at the forefront as well.
Yeah, and I'd be happy to hear your thoughts on this. I mean, I guess, again, often things can lapse into an economic framework. So talking to the right place, well, they're concerned about getting more jobs in the community. If you talk to Treetops Collective, you're going to get a very different perspective. That, you know, if you're talking about groups that work on migrants, new entrants to the community, those kinds of voices is a different sort than simply asking groups who want our community's economy to grow. So I hope that they'd be included systematically and structurally into these discussions.
Yes, we did have Treetops Collective serve as a connector for the community master plan process to get those new voices into the process. And we did also do demographic surveys. They were voluntary for anyone that participated in any of our engagement for the community master plan. And one of those questions was, where do you live? Like Ward 1, 2, or 3, or outside of the city? And I don't have those numbers with me, but they're all in the appendix. So we could get those for you to tell you what the participation was from outside of the city. That's still regional, so it doesn't account for somebody moving from across the country or from a different country, those potential future residents, but we do have those numbers.
Yeah, and I mean, this is a forward-looking conversation, so I'm not that concerned about what happened in the past. What I'm concerned about is that as we move into this next stages, that question and that ethical tension becomes part of the framework.
Mayor.
Sorry, someone say mayor?
Quick question.
How about I'd like to hear a little bit.
I just want to respond to say, zoning is an implementation tool. It's one of the implementation tools that you have in your toolbox. And we are very aware of the process of your master plan, and we will rely on your master plan to sort of set the stage for those kinds of policy directives. And I think that your master plan did an excellent job of looking at the future of Grand Rapids in terms of its goals and its stated objectives, and we will follow that. We won't sort of revisit those kinds of things, but we will be diving in deeper to put more sort of meat on the bones of, the regulations. Again, it's an implementation tool.
Yep. Commissioner Koger?
Yeah, I want to go back to the data center things for just a moment here. City Manager, thank you so much for reminding the Commission about our place in terms of zoning. And of course, you never want to try to circumvent or disrespect the Planning Commission as a separate entity. But there are things as the elected leaders that we hear from our constituents that are very timely. And I think that data center zoning and language is one of those concerns. And, we don't often use our City Commission resolutions. So these are resolutions deliberated by the City Commission, but which don't directly come from one of our standing committees. Washtenaw County did this and passed a resolution regarding this type of zoning to urge their staff to be proactive, right? To not say yes or no to data centers, but to make sure that the elected leaders who serve the people are putting the values that they're hearing from community forward in terms of zoning, and just at least saying, as we do in lots of our documents, such as our legislative agenda, where we stand, of where we want to protect the environment. We want to make sure folks aren't exposed to extreme noise. So I think that's an option as well, and hope my colleagues can deliberate that and think of that as well, as this is very timely. So Ms. Turkelson, when would these possible update like that with data centers, is that something we could see possibly in the future? Is this something you could, as a commissioner, could I say to the city, to the Planning Commission, hey, have you all thought of this? What's the best step moving forward? Or is it in line with what we're talking about today? Will we see some of that throughout their assessment?
Let me just interject. I think there was no objection to considering that as part of the process. So I will take that as feedback and then have the consultants consider that and integrate it in the process, and hopefully doing updates, whether it's the initial direction opportunity or later code rewrites, you'll be able to hear some of that. But I'm not hearing any desire to manage that outside of the comprehensive zoning code update.
No. Okay. We are now at 12:06. Any other comments? Otherwise, thank you for the presentation. It looks like we've got a process here, and I'm glad to see the calendar up there, so we will all stay engaged, I'm sure.
Thanks.
Thank you.
Thanks. Okay, that adjourns this meeting, and we are rolling into, what do we call it? Closed session. I wanted to call it private session.